Good morning. First day of the law class. How's the Josh? Hi? Okay, so make sure you guys maintain the Josh till the time we finish the portions. Done? Yes, my name is CS Rajesh. I'm a practicing company secretary. I've been teaching law for more than 10 years. I teach law for CA Foundation, CA Inter, CS Foundation, now it is called as CS EET, and for CS Executive, I teach company law, JGL, and ECIPL subject. For CMA, I teach, again, for CMA Foundation, CMA Inter, as well as CMA Final. This is about me. For you guys, I'll be teaching corporate and other laws. Done? So we have 3 resources to refer for your examinations preparations. The first one is course material, study material, which is based on your institute material. We will be studying word by word because conceptual clarity is what important for the purpose of examinations. Along with that, you have a workbook. You should collect it in the break time. We have this workbook. With the help of the workbook, we will be solving all the previous year questions, RTPs, as well as the MTPs. I have designed this question bank or the workbook according to the concepts wise, right? Sections wise. The moment we discuss one concept, for that question, for that concept, we will solve the previous year RTPs, MTPs, as well as the previous year questions. Done? And after that, for revision purpose, you would be having the short notes where you have the key points. So you have the 3 resources. One is study material, which we will use it in the class for the purpose of detailed study. Word by word, we will go with that material. Second thing, we will do answer writing practice with the help of the workbook. For example, once I finish discussing section number 1, immediately we will solve the questions which were asked in the previous examinations, or RTPs, or MTPs. What I have done, in the material itself, I have marked the important concepts. For example, if you see here, based on associate company, they ask questions in the Jan 2021 examinations. So like this, I have mentioned the year of examination as well as the attempt in which they have asked questions based on that particular concept. So we will discuss the concept and immediately we'll solve the questions with respect to that, so that you'll get an idea what type of questions will come in the examinations. Done? This is how we will approach your paper, corporate and other laws. This is the paper which will help you guys to increase your aggregate in the examinations. You should always target 70 to 80 marks in this paper. Is it possible to score, sir? Yes, it is possible to score. The only thing is you have to do the answer writing practice to present the answers well in the examination. At the same time, you should have the conceptual clarity. And this subject is also important from the practice point of view. So once you become a CA, obviously you'll be in the what? Incorporation of companies, auditing of companies. So if you are thorough with the legal provisions, it becomes easy for you guys to offer consultancy to your clients. Correct, right? So let's study this subject in detail. And law is a subject which requires deliberations and discussions. Correct, right? Every provisions has 2 interpretations possible. Yes or no? So what is right to one person may be wrong to other persons. That is why we have the 2 different advocates in a case, right? One, there will be a plaintiff advocate, other person is the defendant advocate. So one supports the claim, other person rebut the claim. Correct, right? So wherever possible, try to bring your thoughts to the class and have a different perception to that particular concepts or any point discussed in the class. Done? So make sure you guys participate, and wherever you guys get questions, get it clarified then and there itself. I appreciate the one who asks questions in the class. Don't hesitate. You can ask any possible questions in the class, and when somebody asks questions in the class, nobody should talk and nobody should laugh at those questions, irrespective of how silly it is. Because asking questions itself takes lots of courage. Correct, right? And nobody is perfect here. All of you are here to learn. Correct, right? So make sure when somebody asks questions, the only reasons for which you open your mouth is to answer that question, or to support that questions, or to counter that questions. Let's have a healthy environment where we study and we discuss and study. It is not like I'll teach something and you listen to it and you'll go home. So that should not be the case. Let's discuss and learn. Done? Ready? Shall we start? Yes, let's start with your CA intermediate corporate and other laws. So corporate and other laws. What is the weightage of the subject? 100 marks. 100 marks. In these you have the Companies Act. The Companies Act. Which year? 2013. Then you also have the companies incorporated outside India. Foreign company concepts, company incorporated outside India. In the Companies Act, we cover 148 sections. How many sections? There are 470 sections in the Companies Act. We will not be covering all 470 sections at the inter level. We only cover 148 sections. Rest of the sections will cover in the CA final level. So there are 148 sections in the Companies Act. Then you also have the companies incorporated where? Outside India. Then you have one more act called as the Limited Liability Partnership Act. Which year? 2008. Then you have the other laws. You have the Foreign Exchange Management Act. Which act? Foreign Exchange Management Act. Management Act 1999. Then you also have the General Clauses Act. Which act? General Clauses Act 1897. Then you have the Interpretation of Statutes, IOS. This is your syllabus. What is the first one? Companies Act. And we're going to cover how many sections in this? 148 sections. Then we have the companies incorporated outside India. Then we have the LLP Act. Then we have the Foreign Exchange Management Act, the General Clauses Act 1897, and the Interpretation of Statutes. This is your syllabus for what? Corporate and other laws. Corporate and other laws. If you see the weightage, chapter number, there are how many chapters in the Companies Act? 10 chapters. How many chapters? Out of these 10 chapters, the chapter number 1, chapter number 2, chapter number 3, and chapter number 4 has a weightage of what? 20 to 30%. Chapter number 5, chapter number 6, chapter number 7, that is acceptance of deposits, registration of charges, and management and administration has a weightage of what? 20 to 30%. Declaration of dividend, accounts of company, and audit and auditors, it has weightage of 30 to 35%. And LLP Act has a weightage of 15 to 20%. It might change, but generally you'll get 15 to 20% of questions from what? From the LLP Act. And General Clauses Act 35 to 40%. Then IOS 25 to 30%. And most important, the Foreign Exchange Management Act 30 to 40%. This is the weightage of the chapters. Done. So in total you have how many chapters? 15 chapters. How many? This is your syllabus for the 100 marks. So in these, company law and LLP is for 70 marks. Other law is for what? 30 marks. Done. Companies Act, LLP Act, then companies incorporated outside India as a weightage of how much? 70 marks. Remaining 3 chapters has weightage of how much? 30 marks. Done. Ready? So let's start with the corporate and other laws. We'll start with a few basic concepts. What concepts? Basic concepts of law. As we are discussing the subject called corporate and other laws, let us understand few of the basic concepts of law. The first question is, what is law? What is the first question? Obviously, one must know what is a law, because we are discussing corporate and other laws. Can anybody answer what is the meaning of the word law? Set of rules and obligations. Foundation answers. Very good. Any other answers? Any other answers? What is a law? The word law is defined in the Constitution of India. Where it is defined? We have the Article 13. Which article? Article 13, Clause 3 of the Constitution of India defines the word law. According to Article 13, Clause 3 of the Constitution of India, what do you mean by law, sir? Law means and includes an act. Includes what? Act. It also includes rules. Also includes what? Then it also includes regulations. Includes what? Regulations. Then it also includes ordinances. Includes what? Ordinances. Then it also includes precedents. Precedents. Then it also covers the customs. Covers what? Customs. All these things are considered as what? Law. Considered as what? Law. What is the first one? What is the first one? Now what is act, sir? Act is a law. What is a law? Act is a law which is made by passing a bill in the parliament. Which is made by passing what? Bill in the parliament. Now what is a bill? A draft law or a draft legislation is called as what? Called as a bill. When the law is in the draft stage, it is called as what? Bill. Once the draft is ready, the bill is introduced in the legislative houses. That is, we have the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Once the bill is introduced in both the houses and passed with the required majority, then it goes to the president for his assent. Once that bill secures the assent of the president, it becomes an act. So to make an act, what is required? Bill is required. Without a bill, is it possible to make an act? So because to make an act, bill is required. Even to change an act, what is required? Bill is required. And that is called as what bill? Amendment bill. What bill? For example, we have the Companies Act. Which act? So before it was called as Companies Act, it was called as the Companies Bill. What bill? So once the draft is ready, it is called as Companies Bill, and the Company Bill goes to where? Lok Sabha. It secures the assent of the required majority. Then it goes to whom? Rajya Sabha. Then again what will happen? Discussions will happen, arguments will happen. Then it is presented for the members for their voting. Once it secures the required majority of the vote, the bill is passed where? In the Rajya Sabha. Then it goes to the president for his assent. Once the president gives his assent, it becomes what? Act. Becomes what? Act. Are we clear with the word act? Who makes the act? Parliament. Legislatures makes the act. Who makes the act? Legislatures. See, in the Constitution of India, what of India? We have the three organs, correct, right? As per the Constitution of India, we have the three organs or the three departments are there, and there is a concept of separation of powers. What are powers? Each organ is entrusted with its own powers and duties. What is the first organ? Legislature. What is the first one? Legislature. Second one, executive. Third one, judiciary. Now, can you guys tell me what is the work of legislature? What they do? They make the laws. Who makes the laws in India? Legislature. And India is a federal system. What system? And we have a dual government. One at the center, other one at the what? State. And the Constitution of India provides a clear distribution of powers between the center as well as the state. There are few subjects on which who can make the law? Parliament can make the laws. There are few subjects on which who can make the law? State can make the laws. And there are few subjects on which who can make the law? Both center as well as the state can make the law. That is called as concurrent list. What list? We have three lists as per 7th schedule of the Constitution of India. One is what list? Union list, state list, concurrent list. Article 245 of the Constitution of India deals with distribution of power. What are power? And India is a what system? Federal system. Basically federal. Basically what? Federal. We also have certain unitary features. We are not a pure form of federalism like USA. We are following the federal system with certain what features? Unitary features. Like some features we have taken from the even UK Constitution as well. Done? So there are how many lists as per the Constitution of India? 3 lists. Union list, state list, concurrent list. On the union list, who can make law? Parliament can make a law. On the state list, who can make the law? State legislatures can make the laws. On the concurrent list, who can make the laws? Both can make the laws. That is why VAT, value added tax, was in the state list. What list? The government wanted to add it to the which list? Concurrent list, so that both can make the laws. Now we have the two laws, right, for GST, SGST as well as the CGST. That is why they did the amendment to the Constitution of India. Now the VAT is there in which list? Concurrent list. Earlier it used to be in what list? State list. Done. So who makes the laws in India? Legislatures. Who enforce the laws in India? Executive. Nothing but what? Government. Nothing but government. And we have how many governments in India? Dual government. One is center, another one is what? State. Now what do you mean by government? The Council of Ministers. What are minister? Headed by whom? Prime Minister. Is called as what? Central government. Again, the Council of Ministers headed by the Chief Minister is called as what? State government. What government? So we have the central government as well as the state government. That is what called as executives. In the government, there will be various departments. Various what? And these departments are headed by whom? By the ministry. For example, we have the corporate affairs. What affairs? For the corporate affairs, which ministry we have? Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And for finance, we have the what? Ministry of Finance. Who is the present Ministry of Finance? Nirmala Sitaraman. Like this, we have separate ministries in the government. Then we also have the Ministry of what affairs? Home Affairs. And what is the work of executives? To enforce the laws. To what now? Then we have the judiciary. Now what is the work of judiciary, sir? The judiciary does the interpretation of law. What of law? What do you mean by interpretation? Interpretation means understanding. What do you mean by interpretation? The correct understanding of provisions of the law is called as what? Interpretations. Whenever there is an ambiguity or confusions in the provisions of the law, the people approaches whom? Judiciary. And judiciary does the interpretation of the law according to the intention of the legislature. That is the work of whom? Judiciary. Or implementation of law is the work of whom? Judiciary. Are you guys clear with this? Who makes the law? Who enforces the law? Who interprets the law? So we have the three organs. How many organs? So in India, who makes the law? To make the law, they should meet, right? Who should meet? Legislature must meet. When the legislatures meet in the parliament, we call it as session. Call it as what? And there are how many sessions in a year? 3 sessions. How many sessions? What are the 3 sessions? Budget session. What session? Have you heard about budget session? Where the finance minister presents the what? Budget. Second one is monsoon session. What session? And one more is winter session. What session? These are the sessions of the parliament. So parliament meets only how many times in a year? So it is not possible for the parliament to legislate throughout the year. Because parliament meets only how many times in a year? 3 times. Let's say in between these 2 sessions, there is an urgent law to be made, or there is a change to be made to the existing law to cope up with the changing circumstances. Is it possible for the parliament to meet again? No. That is why there is some concept called as what? Called as the delegated legislation. What legislation? Generally, who makes the law? Is it possible for the legislatures to legislate throughout the year? And they don't have that competence as well to deal with the minute details. They have made a GST Act. Which Act? Yes. Is it possible for them to deal with every changing circumstances to increase the rate or to decrease the rate or to bring some formalities for dealing with the adjudications? No. That is why there is something called as what? Delegated legislation. What legislation? So Constitution of India allows the delegation of law-making powers to whom? Powers to the executive. Generally, who makes the law? And they are the one who is having the power to make the law. Because it is not possible for the legislatures to legislate throughout the year or to go into the details or technical concepts, there is something called as delegated legislations where legislatures can delegate the law-making powers to whom? To the executives. When using this delegated power, what power? Executives makes the law, we call it as rules. Call it as what? Now, for example, who made the Companies Act? By passing a what? By passing a what? Bill. Without bill, is it possible to make an act? In the act itself, What legislatures do, they delegates the power. Who delegates the power? They delegates the legislative power to whom? To the executive. Nothing but Ministry of Corporate Affairs. When using these delegated powers, executives makes the law. Who makes the laws? Executive makes the laws. Is it called as act or called as rules? Called as the rules. And these rules should be framed within the framework of what? Companies Act. Which act? For example, you would have heard about small company. What company? What do you mean by small company? Other than what company? Public company. What company? Small company means other than public company whose paid up capital does not exceeds at present 10 crores. Correct. It is to be how much earlier? 4 crores. How much? Or such higher amount as may be prescribed. Repeat. As such higher amount as may be, means the act is giving the power to whom? Government. If they are delegating the power to prescribe the maximum amount of what capital? Paid up capital. To whom? Executive. Nothing but government. Using this power, what government has done? They increase the paid up capital to how much now? 10 crores. Earlier it was how much? Starting it was 50 lakh. No, it was 50 lakh. From 50 lakh they made it to how much? 2 crores. From 2 to they made it how much? 4 crores. At present it is how much? 10 crores. That is called as delegation of power. What is power? Wherever you find the word called as prescribed. What is the word? Means the power is delegated to whom? To the executives. Are we clear with this, everybody? And when using this power, executives makes the law. It is called as what? Rules. So rules are different. Act is different. GST Act is different. GST rules are different. Income tax is different. Income tax rules are different. Now you guys tell me which one requires a bill to be passed in the parliament? Which one just requires a notification in the official gazette? You notify it in the official gazette, it becomes a law. To change it, again, what is required? A notification in the official gazette. But to change the act, what is required? Bill is required. What is required? And the bill should be passed in how many houses? Both the houses of the parliament. I hope you guys got the difference between act and rules. Yes or no? Who makes the act? Who makes the rules? Which one requires the bill? Act requires the bill. Which one does not require the bill? Tell me which one is easy to change? Which one is difficult to change? That is why you find more rules compared to what? Act. Are we clear with this? Next we have rules are the laws. Rules are the what? Laws. Made by whom? Executives. Made by the executive, or even to some extent who can make the rules? Judiciary also can make the rules. Who can also make the rules? Like how the functions happens in the court. With respect to that, who makes the rules? Judiciary makes the rules. Yes or no? So when these persons makes the rules by notification in the what gazette? Notification in the official gazette, it is considered as what? Considered as the rules. Clear with this? Next word. What is the next word? I want everyone to repeat. What is the next word? Regulation. Have you heard about regulations? Are they same? Are rules and regulations same or different? What is the difference? Rules are made by whom? Executives. Regulations are made by whom? Regulatory bodies. What bodies? Can you guys give me an example for a regulatory bodies in India? Very good. RBI is a regulatory body. Then SEBI is a regulatory body. Then ICAI. Which one? Is it a regulatory body? Yes or no? All these are regulatory bodies, and these regulatory bodies are also having the power to make a law. And when these regulatory bodies makes the law within the powers delegated to them by the respective act. For example, RBI is established by which act? RBI Act. RBI Act itself creates the power to whom? To the RBI to make a law. And those laws are called as what? Called as the regulations. Called as what? Have you heard about RBI regulations? Yes or no? See, for example, in FEMA. In what? In case of debt instrument, what instruments? RBI is the one who regulates it. In case of equity, it is managed by the government. In case of FDI, foreign direct investment is there, right? Foreign direct investment is regulated by the government by making what? Rules. Making what? Rules. And RBI regulates what? Debt instrument. What instruments? By its regulations. So RBI makes regulations, government makes what? Rules, parliament makes the... I hope you guys have got the difference now. Who makes the act? Who makes the rules? Executive. Who makes the regulations? Regulatory body. Is ICA is a regulatory body? And what do they make? Regulations. What do they make? ICA regulations. Yes or no? Next one is what? Ordinances. Next one is what? Have you heard about ordinances? Ordinances are promulgated by whom? By the president or the governor. By whom? When the parliament is not in session, let's say the parliament is not in session, a urgent law to be made to meet the changing circumstances. In that situation, the cabinet can recommend it to the parliament, not to the parliament, to the president to promulgate a law or to make a law. In that situation, when the president or a governor makes the law, it is called as what? Ordinances. Called as what? A ordinance is valid for 6 weeks from the date of reassembly. Once the parliament comes into session, they should either approve it or disapprove it. Within how many weeks? 6 weeks. If not approved within 6 weeks, the law will lapse. Clear? So who makes the ordinances? President or the governor makes the ordinances. Both have the power to make the laws. President can make ordinances on the union list matters, and the governor can make the laws on which matters? State list matters. Clear with this? Next one is what? Precedents. Have you heard about precedents? Yes. What are precedents? Exactly. The previous judgments of the court, which becomes a rule of law to be followed by the lower courts in the similar cases. What cases? Is called as what? Called as the precedents. Are you guys clear with this? It is based on the principle doctrine of stare decisis. Means what? Don't unsettle the settled things or follow the same pattern. Once a judgment is given by a superior court on a particular subject matter, it has to be followed by which court? A lower court. Which court? We have a concept called as tort. A civil wrong. What wrong? Tort is a what wrong? Civil wrong. We don't have a tort act in India. But still there is concept called as what law? Tort law. Which law? And that is basically, it's purely based on what? Judgment of the court. And in England, most of the laws are what? Common laws. What laws? They don't have much of written laws. The law is based on what? Precedents. For example, let's say a new situation arises. Parties goes to the court. Court decides the case. That becomes a rule of law. And same principle to be applied in what cases? Similar cases. What cases? That is what called as precedents. If Supreme Court say tribal talaq is unlawful, unconstitutional, can High Court say it is constitutional? Are High Courts bound to follow decision of Supreme Court? So the decision of Supreme Court which say tribal talaq, it was held in Shara Banu case where it said that tribal talaq is what? Unconstitutional. It is against the right to equality. Yes or no? So once Supreme Court says something, it becomes a what? Rule of law to be followed by which court? Lower court. In the same way, when High Court says something, that also becomes a rule of law to be followed by which court? Lower courts. Supreme Court is not bound by the High Court decision. But lower courts are bound by decision of whom? High Court and Supreme Court. That is what called as precedents. Called as what? Precedents are also law. Clear with this? Last one, customs. What are customs? Practices. What are customs? Practices are also considered as what? Considered as laws. In the Sale of Goods Act, you would have come across with this word called as usages. Customs and usages. Condition as to quality and fitness by usage. Now, what is usage? Practice. When certain things are practiced again and again in certain way, even they assume the power of what? Law, if they are not against the basic laws. What laws? For example, we have a Hindu law. What law? Is Hindu law is enacted or it is a codification of existing customs? Codification of what? Existing custom. How the marriage should happen, how the property is divided among the family members. All these things were based on the customs which were followed since many years in the Indian society. Correct, right? So customs are also considered as what? Law. If they're not against the basic law. What law? And they should be legally valid. Legally what? Valid. So even customs are considered as what? Law. Considered as what? So we discussed the definition of law now. Correct, right? What is the definition of law? Act, rules, regulation, ordinances, precedent, custom. Even bylaws are also considered as what? Law. For example, MOA, AOS are nothing but what laws? Bylaws. We have a Cooperative Society Act. Within that, every cooperative society will make their own rules and regulations. Those are called as what laws? Bylaws. Are we clear with this? This is the definition of what? Law. Now we learned the concept of what is a law. What is the use of this definition, sir? Listen everybody. As per Article 13 Clause 1, let's go to the Article 13 Clause 2. Every law in India should be in conformity with fundamental rights. What rights? If there is a law which is in contravention of fundamental right, that is a law which takes away or abridges the fundamental right. What right? Are they valid or void? Void. I repeat, any law. What law? Any law. Parliament or the state does not, nothing but state. The word state includes both parliament as well as the state government. State shall not make any law. Which shall not make any law? State shall not make any law which takes away or abridges what right? Fundamental. And what do you mean by state here? State includes both center as well as the state. This is the provision. What is the provision says? State shall not make any law which takes away or abridges what right? Fundamental right. Now I'll give an example. You guys should tell me what will happen in this case. Let's say there is a custom. There is a what? Custom of not allowing the woman to Sabarimala temple. There is a custom which is not allowing the woman to wear temple. Or there is a custom which gives a man to give a divorce, not to the woman. There is a custom which gives the power to whom? Men to give a what? Divorce by just saying 3 words. Talak, talak, talak. Clear? But that custom is not giving the power to whom? Woman to give a what? Divorce. There are 2 customs here. Now the question is, are these customs valid or invalid? Can we challenge these customs? Can we challenge these customs? Yeah. How can we challenge these customs? Are they law? No. If it is not a law, it is not against the fundamental right, we cannot challenge it. Our customs are law. Can custom be considered as law? And any law which takes away or abridges what right? Can it be challenged? Because as per Article 13 Clause 2 of the Constitution of India, every law should be in conformity with what right? Fundamental right. And the word law includes even the what? Customs. If there is a custom which takes away or abridges the fundamental right, is that custom valid or not valid? Not valid. That is why that custom was challenged in the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court in the Shaira Banu case held that triple talaq is unconstitutional. It is against the right to equality. It's a discrimination. And also recently High Court held that in not allowing the woman to Sabarimala temple is what? Against the right to equality. So the word law includes what? It includes everything. It includes act, rules, regulations, ordinances, precedents, customs, even the bylaws. Now my question is, can GST Commission make a rule which is against the fundamental right? If they make, can it be challenged? Because the word law includes even the what? Rules. Can RBI make a regulation which is against the fundamental right? Because the word law includes even the what? Regulation. I hope you guys are clear with the concept of what is a law. What is law? Act, rules, regulations. All these are called as what? Laws. Who makes the law in India? I want answers from everybody. Who makes the laws in India? Who enforces it? Who interprets it? In the India is a what system? And there are how many governments? Is there any clear distribution of power in the Constitution of India? How many lists are there? What are the three lists? Union list. On the union list, who can make the law? On the state list, who can make the law? On the concurrent list, who can make the law? Both can make the laws. Generally, the matters which are of national importance and which requires uniformity throughout the India, they are at which list? Which are of national importance and which requires uniformity throughout the India. Union list. Local importance, which are of local in nature but which require uniformity all over the India. Concurrent list. What list? For example, GST is local in nature. Correct, right? But however, it requires what? Uniformity throughout the nation. That is why they bought this what? GST. And GST is now in what list? Concurrent list. And which who can make law? Both parliament and state can make the laws. These are the two questions. We got the answer for the first question. What is law? Second question, who makes the law? Correct, right? Third question, how the law is made. What is made? How the laws are made in India? The law making process starts with what? How the law is made? It starts with what? Passing of bill. First, it starts with a bill. Starts with what? Drafting of bill. Once the bill is ready, the bill is introduced. What is introduced? It is introduced in which house? Can we start from the Rajya Sabha? Possible. It is not mandatory that you should start from Lok Sabha itself. The only requirement is that the bill should be passed in how many houses? Both the houses. Simple as that. It can start from Rajya Sabha or Lok Sabha. So it can start from Lok Sabha, and in case of Lok Sabha, what happens in Lok Sabha? There will be a discussion. There will be what? Discussion among whom? Ruling party members as well as the opposition party members. Discussions hoga. Then there also be arguments between whom? Again, ruling party members as well as the opposition party members. Then there will be a bill is presented for what? Voting by the speaker. And once the bill secures the required majority of the vote, the bill is passed in which house? No. First it passed in which house? Lok Sabha. Then once it is passed in Lok Sabha, the bill goes to where? The bill is introduced. Bill is introduced where? In the Rajya Sabha. What happens in Rajya Sabha? Again, what will happen? Discussions will happen. Then what will happen? Argument will happen. Then it is passed in the what? Rajya Sabha. Once it is passed in Rajya Sabha, it goes to whom? President. President for his what? Assent. Signature. Very good. In case of state law, it goes to the governor. Central law, president. Once the president gives the assent, it becomes an act. My question is, can president reject to give an assent? He has to respond. So he rejects the bill. Like he is saying that I will not give the assent. Can he do that? Yes, he can send the bill back to which house? Lok Sabha. But if the bill is passed again with the required majority, at that time, he should give a consent. He can send it back only how many times? One time. And if it is again passed with the required majority, he must give a consent. Who should give a consent? President should give a consent. This is how the laws are made in India. Are we clear with this? Now, law to made, like there is a law already. How the laws are made effective? How people are made to follow these laws? Let's say we have a Companies Act. Which act? Everybody what act? Now what happens if you don't follow Companies Act? Very good. Somebody answered it. If you don't follow Companies Act provisions, for example, let's say you have incorporated company by providing false information or wrong information. In that case, what will happen? Are you punishable? Punishable with what? Okay, first word is what? Penalty. Are answer, no problem. Even if you give a wrong answer, it doesn't matter. Just try to answer. First, there can be penalty. Next, what else can be there? Very good. There can also be a what? Imprisonment. Imprisonment. For example, Subrata Roy, Sahara Group of Companies promoter. He was in jail and he died in jail only. Have you heard about Sahara group of companies? They used to sponsor Indian jersey at that time, like in 90s, during 90s. It was one of the big companies in India. Sahara group of companies, but they did some scam under section number 42 is there, right? Private placement of securities. They were, he was punished for raising the money from small investors without following the Companies Act provisions, and he was sentenced to imprisonment, and he died in imprisonment only. Ramlingam Reddy, have you heard about Ramlingam Reddy? This Satyam scam. Even he was sentenced to what? Jail. For the violation of Companies Act provisions. Then, okay, there can be imprisonment. What else can be there? Have you heard about fine? Yes or no? Okay, there can also be a fine. There are 3 terms used here. What is the first one? Second one? Third one? Are all these 3 same or different? What is the difference? You would have read these words many a times, right? Penalty, fine, imprisonment. Have you ever thought what is the difference between these 3 terms? Are they same or different? Then tell me what is the difference? पेनाल्टी ज्यादा होगा, फाइन कम होगा, हो सकता है. And I appreciate your answer, but at least you are trying to answer, you are thinking. Any other answers? Penalties and contract act, difference between that is fine and liquidated damages. Sorry, penalty and liquidated damages. I'll take this answer. Very good. You have studied well in CA Foundation. Yeah. Any other answers? Okay. Partially correct. Okay. See, we are getting different answers. This is also possible. Okay, let me give the answer. See, the difference lies in how it is collected. First one is what? Penalty. Penalty and fine both are monetary punishment. Means where the punishment is given in terms of what? Money. Penalty can be collected by the government without adjudication. Without what? I want everyone to repeat, not report, without any what? Adjudication. Now what is adjudication, sir? Adjudication means judicial determination of dispute. Repeat. Judicial determination of dispute is called as what? Adjudication. So, collection of penalty is done without adjudication. Means there is no question of prosecution by the government for the purpose of levy of penalty. If you don't file your income tax return on time, pay penalty, then file it. Yes or no? Now who is collecting the money here? Government. Are they going to the court to collect this penalty amount? Is it a punishment? Yes or no? But still government levies it without any what? Adjudication. Then comes the fine. Fine requires what? Adjudication. Fine requires what? Now what is adjudication? Judicial determination of dispute. Everybody. Is called as what? Adjudication. Adjudication starts with prosecution. Starts with what? Now what is prosecution, sir? Initiation of criminal proceedings. What proceedings? Is called as what? Prosecution. So fine is imposed for serious violation of law. Penalty is imposed for non-compliances. For what? Non-compliances. Whereas fine is levied for what? Contravention of provisions of the law. You do tax evasion. What evasion? Is it penalty or fine? Fine. You don't file income tax return on time. Penalty or fine? And you should pay penalty without any adjudication. If you don't file your forms on time, penalty or fine? And if you do incorporation of company by providing false or incorrect information, along with that there will be imprisonment. Fine always comes with imprisonment. If you have observed, they say, right, imprisonment or fine or both. Penalty does not comes with what? Imprisonment. Penalty is imposed for what cases? Non-compliances. What compliances? आपको कुछ करना था नहीं किया, ಮಾಡಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, then you would be charged with what? Penalty. Charged with what? But where if there is a contravention of law, what of law? Contravention of provisions of the law, then it is considered as what? Fine. So fine is different. Penalty is what? Now you guys tell me which one requires adjudication. Which one does not require adjudication? Which one is a non-compliance? Which one is a contravention of provisions of the law? Fine. I think you would have heard about this compounding of offenses. Again contract act. Compounding of offenses. What is compounding? Compromising. See, there are few offenses which can be compromised. Which can be what? Even though it is an offense. For example, let's say you are punishable with a fine of 1 lakh rupees. What government will do? They will initiate a prosecution. They will file a complaint against you. Should appear before the court. Arguments will happen and court will fix the fine amount. Who will fix the fine amount? Correct, right? Now, if you don't want to go for litigation, what you can do? You can say, government, I will compromise with you. You fix the fine. I will pay the fine. I will not go for what? Litigation. That is what called as compounding of offenses. Compounding of what? Where you agreed to pay the prescribed amount of fine. In return, government agrees to drop the prosecution. Stippling of prosecution. Is it allowed? Yes, allowed for what cases? Compoundable offenses. What offenses? Compoundable offenses. Got it? Next one is what? Imprisonment. What is imprisonment? Jail. Taking the person into what custody? Judicial. He will be under the imprisonment. That is jail. That is what called as what? Imprisonment. So these are the ways in which persons or the peoples are made to follow the what? Law. Either by imposing what? Fine. Or by imposing what? Penalty. Or by imprisonment. Or by what? What is the first way? Second way? Third one? Are we clear with this, everybody? These are the ways in which what is made effective? Laws are made effective. We got the answer for the fourth question as well. Last one. Last concept before we start with your syllabus is how to read the law. How to read the law or how to understand the provisions of the law. Listen. In the law, we give numbers to the provisions of the law. For its easy identification, what do we give? Numbers to the provisions of the law. Correct, right? Yes or no? The numbers given to the provisions of the law are called as what? Sections. Called as what? Sections will be written like this. Sections will be what? Written like this. The first number is called as what? Section. Called as what? Second number is called as what? Very good. It's called as the subsection. Third one is called as what? Clause. Very good. And the last one is called as what? Subclause. So how do you read this? Section number 4, subsection 3, clause 1, subclause A. This is how you read the what? Section. Done. And in case of law, we find the case laws. What laws? The previous judgments of the court, which we refer it as an example to understand the provisions of the law. Let's say the case name is like this, X versus Y, and this case you can find in the page number 430 of Company Law Journal, which was decided in the year 2003. So now there is a case called as what? X versus Y. In these, who filed a case? Against whom? Now X is called as what? Plaintiff. X is called as what? Y is called as what? Defendant. Y is called as the defendant. X is called as? Y is called as? And this is the what number? page number. You find this case called as X versus Y in the page number 430 in a book called as what? Company Law Journal. What journal? This is the book name. We have the income tax report. We have the Supreme Court cases. For every cases, there will be different books like this. Done. And this case was decided in which year? In the year 2003. Which year? Which year? What is the case name? Who filed a case here? Against whom? Who is the plaintiff? Who is the defendant? And this case you can find in which page number? In which book? And this case was decided in which year? 2003. This is how we read the case laws. Now let's say X won the case. Who won the case? If X wins the case, is there any remedy available to Mr. Y? If X wins the case in the lower court, what Y can do? Can he go for an appeal? To which court? Higher court. Let's say Y goes for an appeal. Now it is Y versus X. Correct, right? Now Y is called as what? E is called as the appellant. Called as what? Only in the original suit. What suit? OS we call them as plaintiff and defendant. When the parties goes for an appeal, they are called as what? Appellant. Now who is the appellant here? Who is the respondent here? Now what do you mean by respondent? The one who is responding to the appeal. So the party's name will change in case of an appeal. Who is the appellant? Who is the respondent? This is how we read the party's name in case of appeal. Understood? And these are the basic concepts which everybody must know before they start learning any laws. If you are thorough with these concepts, we are ready for the what? Ready for the law, your syllabus. Done? So before we go for the syllabus, can you guys tell me, what do you mean by law? Precedents and custom, and also includes bylaws. Who makes the act? Who makes the rules? Who makes the regulations? Who makes the precedents? Court. Previous judgments. Correct, right? Which one is easy to make between act and rules? Which one requires amendment bill? Act. Clear? Who makes the law in India? Who executes it? Who interpret it? Judiciary. Can legislatures delegate their law making power to the executive? That is called as what legislation? Delegated legislation. Understood? How the laws are made in India? Law making process starts with what? Introduction of bill. Bill goes to where? What happens in Lok Sabha? Discussions, arguments and pass. Then it goes to where? What happens over there? Discussions, argument, pass. Then it goes to whom? Paris. Once the president gives the assent, it becomes an act. Are we clear with this? Yes or no? Yes. So with these we are done with the basic concepts. Now we will start with what? Companies Act. Which act? Are you guys ready? Make some noise, guys. Are you guys ready? The Companies Act. Which act? You should ask difficult questions, okay? Companies Act 2013. Companies Act 2013. Before Companies Act 2013, we had a Companies Act 1956. Companies Act. Now in the Companies Act 2013, in total there are how many sections? 470 sections. Everybody, how many sections? And all these 470 sections are grouped into chapters. Into what? And we have how many chapters in total? 29 chapters. Very good. 29 chapters. And along with these, we have 7 schedules. What do we have? Have you heard about schedules? You prepare accounts of the company as per which schedule? Schedule what? 3. You charge depreciation at the rate prescribed in which schedule? Schedule 2. You prepare MOA and AOA as per which schedule? Schedule 1. Are you guys getting it? So there are how many sections? How many chapters? How many schedules? Companies Act. Clear? Along with this, now what is the difference between these, sir? There are how many sections? In that we also have what sections? Subsection. Then clause. Then Can you guys repeat it? These sections are grouped under a separate headings based upon with what topic they are dealing with. For example, section 1 and 2 in preliminary. It's in what? Section number 3 to 22 is in chapter called as incorporation of company and matters incidental thereto. So all the section numbers which are dealing with incorporation matters are grouped under which chapter? Which chapter? Chapter number 2. Then we have chapter number 3, which deals with prospectus and allotment of securities. Section number 23 to 42. Then we have chapter number 4, share capital and debentures. Section number 43 to 72. Then we have a concept of deposit. 73 to 76. Then we have charges. 77 to 87. Then we have meetings of the company, management and administration. 88 to 122. Then we have dividend chapter. What chapter? We have section number 123 to 127. Then we have accounts of company. What of company? 128 to 137. Then we have the auditing. Then we have what? Remaining section number till 148. Like this, based on with what topic the section numbers are dealing with, we have grouped them onto a chapters called as what? And we have how many chapters? 29 chapters. How many chapters? And out of these you have only 9 chapters in your syllabus till auditing of the companies done in the CA inter level. And we also have schedules. What are schedules? It's a part of the act which provides the detailed information about a particular subject matter. That is what called as what? Schedules. To provide detailed information about something or some subject matter, we use the concept called as what? Schedules. And there are how many schedules in total? 7 schedules. How many sections? How many chapters? How many schedules? This is the structure of the company. Structure of what? Company, sir. Clear with this? Along with this, we also have the rules. Also have the what? Now these rules are called as what? The company's rules. Everybody. Company's rules. Most of the rules were made in which year? 2014. Which year? So now we got the idea or difference between act and the rules, right? These are made by whom? Parliament. These are made by whom? If government want to change sections or subsection or a clause or a subclause or the chapters or the schedule, it requires approval of whom? Parliament. Approval of whom? Through an amendment bill. But to change the rule, what is not required? Approval is not required. Just a notification in the official gazette. Are we clear with this, everybody? Yes or no? Now this Companies Act is administered through a separate department of the government called as what? MCA. Everybody? What is MCA? Who is the present Ministry of Corporate Affairs? Very good. Under MCA, we have divided India into 7 regions. How many regions? Each region is having one head called as the regional directors. What directors? We have the regional directors. Regional directors who reports to whom? Reports to whom? MCA. Most of the powers of the governments are delegated to whom? Regional directors. What director? Wherever you find this word central government, it means what? Regional directors. Then under the regional directors, we have the ROC. What do we have? Register of Companies. Every state has how many ROC? One ROC. Correct, right? So every state, bolo, has how many ROC? 1 ROC, except each state has 1 ROC. Each state has how many ROC? 1 ROC, except in the state of what? There is an exception. There are 2 ROC in one state. There is exception in case of state of Tamil Nadu. State of what? And Maharashtra. In these 2 states, there are how many ROC? 2 ROC. In Tamil Nadu, we have 1 ROC where? In Chennai. One where? Chennai. Other one is where? Coimbatore. Clear? In Maharashtra, we have 2 ROC. One in Pune. Other one in what? Mumbai. Mumbai Indians. Mumbai. Clear? Other than these 2 states, every state has how many ROC? For example, Karnataka, we have which ROC? ROC of Bangalore. Clear? And incorporation and filing of forms, all these things happens with whom? ROC of Bangalore. Correct, right? Yes or no? This is the hierarchy of the implementation system. At the top level, what do we have? Under MCA, under RD, ROC report to whom? RD report to whom? MCA report to the parliament. Are we clear with this? Next, we have to resolve the dispute in case of Companies Act. Any disputes arising out of the Companies Act are referred to a separate forum called as the NCLT. Called as what? NCLT. We have a separate forum. What forum? Called as what? NCLT, to deal with the company matters. What matters? What matters? So against NCLT, where you will go? NCLAT. What is NCLAT? National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. Have you heard about NCLT? What is NCLT? National Company Law Tribunal. Any disputes or any matters arising out of the Companies Act are referred to which tribunal? NCLT. Against NCLT? What is NCLAT? National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. Against NCLAT, you go to where? Supreme Court. Which court? Supreme Court. Supreme Court is the court of what appeal? Last appeal. Correct, right? For example, any contraventions of provisions. For example, let's say there is a misappropriation of funds by directors, or there is any contravention of provisions of Companies Act by shareholders or the debtors of the company. Those matters are referred to where? NCLT. Against NCLT? Against NCLAT? There is only one NCLT throughout India, but that has NCLT has benches all over India. See, we have only one Supreme Court and we have one High Court in Karnataka, but High Court has a bench in even Kalburgi also. What is bench? Where the hearing happens. Only one High Court is there for the entire state, but however, because the people who are in North, they cannot travel to Bangalore to submit their disputes, right? That is why the bench of High Court of Karnataka is also there where? Kalburgi. Those people can file a case where? In the Kalburgi itself. Like this, NCLT is only one, but it has branches all over India. So we have the NCLT branch of Karnataka in what? In Bengaluru. But NCLT is there where? In the Delhi. Appeal should go to where? Delhi. Against NCLT, where you can file a case? Supreme Court. You can go for an appeal to the Supreme Court. This is the hierarchy of dispute resolution system in case of companies. In case of what? So case always starts with what? Against NCLT? Against NCLAT, and Supreme Court is the what appeal? Court of last appeal. Understood? Clear with this? These are the basic concepts of which act? Companies Act. Which act? So let's start with your syllabus now. As I already discussed, what is the weightage of Companies Act and LLP? 70 marks. How much? And remaining other laws, how much? 30 marks. Done. So let's start with your Companies Act. Which act? Ready? Alright, make some noise, guys. Are you guys ready? Okay. So what is the chapter name? Chapter number? Chapter number. What is the chapter heading? How many section? Section number 1 and 2. Mainly the definition section. What is section? So we also have the rules called as the company specification of definitions details rules, which year? 2014. 2014. Introduction. What is the structure of the act? There are how many sections? Everybody, how many sections? How many chapters? How many schedules? Along with this, what do we have? Companies rules, which year? 2014. Governing mechanism at the top level, what do we have? Under that, we also have authority called as official liquidator. If you want to close your company, you must take your approval from whom? From the official liquidator. Then we have authority called as SFIO, Serious Fraud Investigation Office, for investigation of frauds by the companies. Next one, National Financial Reporting Authority. It has been established recently, where it oversees the quality of work of whom? Auditors. Earlier, professional misconduct matters were heard by whom? By the ICA itself. But now it is heard by whom? By the NFRA, National Financial Reporting Authority. NFRA is established to oversee the quality of work of whom? Work of the professionals, and also to recommend the auditing as well as the accounting standards in consultation with whom? With the ICA. Done. Then we have what? NCLT and NCLAT. What is NCLT? Then what else we have? National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. Chapter number 1 is just a recalling of all the concepts which you have studied in your CA foundation level. At the same time, we will be studying some other definitions as well. This chapter is important to understand the remaining chapters of your Companies Act. Clear? Ready? Yes or no? Section number 1. Section number what? Section number 1 in most of the act provides how many provisions? 4 provisions. What are the 4 provisions? Short title, extent, commencement, application. Repeat. What is the short title of this act? The Companies Act. Repeat. Which year? 2013. Clear? Every act will have a short title as well as what? Long title. Nowadays, long title is also called as preamble. Earlier, we used to have a difference. Long title as well as the preamble. But now, most of the laws, long title itself is considered as what? Preamble. What is preamble? Preface to the act. It provides the purpose of the act. Now, what is the long title of the Companies Act? It is an act. Repeat. To consolidate. To what? What do you mean by consolidate? Bring together. To bring all the provisions which are dealing with the Companies Act to at one place. Consolidate. And also what? Amend. Amend the law with respect to what? Companies. Earlier we had a Companies Act 1956. Which act? To amend the Companies Act 1956, which law has been introduced here? Companies Act 2030. This is the object of the law. What of the law? What is the object of Companies Act? To consolidate and amend the law with respect to what? Companies. So it only deals with what? Companies. It's all about companies. Are you guys getting it? Does it deal with the partnership? Because the preamble is clear. It says it is an act to what? Consolidate and amend the law with respect to companies. Extent, is it applicable to all of India? Are there any exceptions? Is it applicable to Jammu and Kashmir? Why it is applicable to Jammu and Kashmir? Because there is no special status for them anymore. Correct, right? We had Article 370 in the Constitution of India. Article 370 has been abrogated in the which year? 2019 itself. Jammu and Kashmir is now a union territory. What territory? Union territory. Correct, right? So the act is applicable to whom? Whole of India. Are there any exception? No. This act is applicable to Jammu and Kashmir, applicable to Uttarakhand, applicable to Rajasthan, applicable to Bangalore, applicable to everywhere. So if you know the Companies Act, you can practice based on Companies Act anywhere in India. Because the law is same throughout India. Throughout where? India. Is it applicable outside India? Only where? India. Are we clear with this? Next one. Commencement. This law did not come into force at once. Because we were shifting from Companies Act 1956 to Companies Act 2013, the law was enforced or implemented step by step. That is why section number 1 came into force in the month of August 2013. Remaining section numbers came into force as and when notified by which government? Central government. What government? Means the act itself has given the power to central government, saying that government, you notify. What? Section numbers as and when there is an infrastructure to implement the law. For example, we have the concept of NCLT. Concept of what? Before NCLT, we have the Company Law Board under the Companies Act 1956. So the law has given the power to government, saying that unless until you establish NCLT, who will continue? Company Law Board will continue. So like they took some 3 years of time to implement all section numbers of what? Companies Act. At present, all section numbers are notified. Are you guys clear with this? Yes or no? Yeah. So what is the short title? Extent. Commencement as and when notified in the what gazette? Official gazette. What gazette? Now this part is important. I want everyone to focus. Applicability of Companies Act. Applicability of which act? Now tell me, is it applicable to companies? Now what do you mean by company? Companies which are incorporated under this act or any previous company law. Repeat, what is company? Company which is in any previous company. So if I start a company today, am I supposed to follow Companies Act? Now what if the company was incorporated in the year 1956? Is it supposed to follow Companies Act 2013? Yes or no? Now what if I start a company in USA? Am I supposed to follow Companies Act? Is Amazon supposed to follow Companies Act? Let's say Amazon is not having place of business in India. They formed in USA. Are they supposed to follow Companies Act? Now what if, let's say, Amazon is incorporated outside India. They comes to India and they start a branch in India. They just start a branch in India. Are they supposed to follow all section numbers of Companies Act? Only the specified section. What section? Will they hold AGM in India? Is Amazon required to hold AGM in India? Board meeting in India? Because they will do this as per which Companies Act? Their own Companies Act. What if Amazon started a subsidiary company in India? Is that subsidiary company required to follow all section numbers of Companies Act? Well, it's a what company? Indian company. What company? India. So what do you mean by company? The company which is incorporated under this act, other previous company law. Clear with this? Next one. Companies Act is also applicable for which companies? Insurance company. What companies? What are insurance company? The companies which are engaged in the insurance business. What business? Give me example for insurance company. LIC, Bajaj Insurance, Star Insurance, Tata AIG, Acco. All these are what companies? Insurance company. What companies? Are insurance companies required to follow Companies Act? But there is an exception. Are insurance company bound to follow Companies Act 2013? Yes or no? Is there any exception? The exception is that the insurance company are not required to follow the Companies Act provision to the extent the provisions of Companies Act are inconsistent. Repeat. With the provisions of Insurance Act. Now what do you mean by inconsistency? Repugnancy or contradiction. If there is a contradiction between the Companies Act and Insurance Act provision, what do you follow? That is the rule of interpretation. We have a rule of interpretations called as special provisions override what provision? General provision. Are we clear with this? Interpretation of statutes. Whenever there is a specific law, what law? And there is a general law. If there is a contradiction, what do you follow? The rule of interpretation. Keep this in mind. Companies Act deals with all types of companies, but Insurance Act deals only with what type of companies? Insurance company. So if there is a contradiction, what do you follow? Insurance Act. No contradiction, what do you follow? Both you will follow. Yes or no? What if there is no provision in the Insurance Act? What do you follow? What if there is a provision? Both are not in contradiction. Follow the both. What if there is a contradiction? Which act? Are we clear with this? Yes or no? So how do you write in the examination? It is applicable to what company? Insurance company. Except the said provision, means the Companies Act provision are inconsistent. Repeat. With the provisions of which act? Insurance Act or IRD Act. Are we clear with this? Next one. Is it applicable to banking companies? Yes or no? Again, is there any exception? Except so far, the said provisions of the Companies Act are inconsistent with the provisions of which act? Banking regulation. Give me example for banking company. ICICI, Kotak, HDFC, all these are what companies? Are they supposed to follow Companies Act? What if there is inconsistency? What do you follow? Banking Regulation Act. Next one, is it applicable to companies engaged in generation or supply of electricity? Is there any exception? Except so far the said provisions are inconsistent with the provisions of which act? Which act? Next one, any other company, repeat, governed by which act? Special act. For example, we have the LIC. For example, we have what? LIC is not formed as per Companies Act. It is formed as per LIC Act. Which act? LIC Act, which year? 1956. There is a separate law under which this was established. SBI. SBI was not formed as per Companies Act. It was formed as per which act? SBI Act. There was a separate law by the parliament to form which act? Which company? SBI company. So it is also applicable for any other company. Repeat, everybody. Governed by which act? Special act. Or which act? For the time being in force, except where the provisions of the Companies Act are inconsistent with the provisions of which act? Electricity Act. Which year? 2003. No. The Special Act. Which act? Special Act. Array, this is Special Act. There is an error in this. You should correct it. Which act? Special Act. If there is a contradiction, what do you follow? Special Act. Last one, such other body corporate. If there is a question based on section number 1, the question will be based on what? This last point. What is the last point? Such other body corporate. Now, what do you mean by such other body corporate, sir? The word body corporate is a wider term, which includes companies, foreign company, as well as LLP. It can be Indian LLP as well as the foreign LLP. So the Companies Act can be made applicable to any other body corporate incorporated by any act. What act? It can be Companies Act, LLP Act, any act. Any other body corporate incorporated by any act for the time being in force as a central government. What government? May by notification. By what? Specify in this behalf, subject to such exceptions, modifications or adoptions as may be specified in the notification. Means there can be exceptions, there can be modifications, as well as the what? Adoption. Who has the power to give exceptions, modifications, adoptions? There are few provisions which are not applicable to IFSC companies. Private company means exemptions are given. Yes or no? Who can do that? Central government. What government? Yes or no? So the Companies Act is applicable even to a body corporate which is incorporated as per any of the act for the time being in force, to the extent notified by which government? What government? By notification in the what gazette? Subject to exceptions, modifications or adoptions. This is the applicability of which act? Companies Act. Everybody, which act? Are you guys clear with section number 1? What is section number 1? Short title, extent, commencement, applicable. Repeat, everybody. What is the short title? Extent. Applicability, is it applicable to companies? How do you write the answer? Companies incorporated under this act or any other previous company law. Second one, insurance company, except so far the said provisions are inconsistent with the provisions of Insurance Act. Third one, except so far said provisions are inconsistent with the provisions of Banking Regulation Act. Fourth one, companies engaged in generation and distribution of electricity, except so far the said provisions are inconsistent with the provisions of Electricity Act. Next one, any company governed by what? Special Act for the time being in force, except so far said provisions are inconsistent with the provisions of Special Act. And the last one, any other body corporate incorporated under any other act for the time being in force, to the extent notified by central government in the official gazette, subject to modification, exceptions or adoption. Sir, based on this concept, what type of question might come in the examination, sir? Till now, there was no question asked in the examinations. I anticipate that if they ask question, the question will come like this. And you guys should answer this question now. Can we answer this question? Yes or no? Yes. If you had the answer book, like question, do you have the, you not received any material, right? Study material not received? Question bank not received? Okay, you'll receive it in the break time. Please collect it. Now, based on this, what we will do, as I said, as and when I complete any specific topic, we will do the answer writing practice in the class itself. For example, if I discuss buyback concept, we will solve all the buyback related questions in the class itself. We'll do the answer writing practice. What practice? Clear? So now based on section number 1, what type of question might come in the examinations? This question was not asked. This is an anticipation that I am anticipating this type of question might come in the examinations. But the remaining question, for example, if you see here for the financial statement, what statement? I will discuss the definition of financial statement. Based on this, they ask question in which examination? RTP May 2023 as well as RTP Jan 2025 and also RTP November 2022. So we will solve all these questions in the class itself. We'll do the answer writing practice. So it is not like we're going to discuss theoretically. We'll discuss what? Theoretical as well as what? Practical. Done? Okay, let's start with the first question. What is the first question? Are partners in a LLP named R&A LLP registered under the Limited Liability Partnership Act in the year 2008. Continue. Meanwhile, one of the Miss Anamika disagrees and argues that Companies Act does not apply to LLPs since LLPs are governed by their own legislation. This leads to confusion among the partner. Meanwhile, one of the designated partners of the LLP expressed his intention to become designated partner in a 21st LLP. This is already a DP of how many companies? And you want to be a DP of more than 20 companies. Continue. He claims that since LLP Act does not expressly place any restrictions on the number of LLPs in which a person can be a DP, and because the Companies Act is not applicable to LLPs, there is no legal bar to his appointment. That is what his contention. Clear? Now you have to decide the answer. You are appointed as a legal advisor to resolve the following issues. What is the first one? Is the Companies Act 2013 applicable to LLPs in any way? Applicable or not applicable? Is it? Generally not applicable. Only if it is notified by whom? Central government. Is it applicable? You have to write that. Only if it is notified by which government? Central government. In the official gazette, then it becomes applicable and government has notified it. They notified that the provisions of directors, provisions of whom? Are also applicable to whom? LLP's designated partners. And a director cannot be a director of more than how many companies? 20 companies. How many companies are? So applying that provision, a DP cannot be a DP of more than how many LLPs? 20 LL. There is no provision in the LLP Act. But what government has done? They have notified the provisions of Companies Act to which act? LLPs also. Can government do that first of all? As per which point? Last point. What point? How to write the answers for this? How to write the answer for this? Start according to section number. If you remember, you can remember. Otherwise, you can skip the section numbers. So how to write the answers for this? How to write the answer for this? First, always leave what? One word space to divide the paras. You should know, right? What is your provision? What is your conclusions? So always leave how many word space? One word space and start the answer. So how you write the answer? According to which section number? According to Section 1 of which Act? Section 1 of the Companies Act. Companies Act 2013. The Companies Act. Which Act? Companies Act is applicable applicable to. Applicable to whom? Point number A. Applicable to whom? To all the companies. To whom? Can you guys write the answers? New answer bariri. To companies incorporated under this act or any previous company law. Second one, to insurance company. What companies? To insurance companies, except to the extent the provisions of Companies Act. Provisions of which act? Companies Act is inconsistent with the provisions of which act? Insurance Act. Insurance Act. Third one, applicable to which companies? Banking companies, except to the extent the provisions of the Companies Act are inconsistent with the provisions of which act? Banking Regulation Act. You should write the full word, okay? I'll write BR Act and also the RBI Act. D, all the companies engaged in generation and distribution of electricity, except to the extent Companies Act provisions, except to the extent the provisions of Companies Act. Provisions of the Companies Act inconsistent with the provisions of which act? Electricity Act. No need to write the year also. Year, okay, because it's very difficult to remember the years of every act. Next one, E point. Any company, or you can just write companies incorporated under a special act. Under what act? Special Act. And same thing will continue, na? Except so far. Correct, right? Except the provisions of Companies Act. Provisions of Companies Act are inconsistent with the provisions of which act? Special Act. And the last one, EF, space So ನಿಮಗೆ ಈ ತರ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತಾ? Okay. I think I should use the red color pen. Okay. Next time we'll do that. You can copy it from the material. Oh, material, you don't have material, right? Okay. You guys can copy it from here. Same thing is there, na? Provisions. You can copy it from here. Once you receive that question bank, it becomes easy for you guys to maintain one book. Only 3 books. That's it. You don't need any other material. Study material, workbook, short notes. I'll give everything for you guys. 3 resources are sufficient for the law. Continue the last point. Yesterday you had class. Then you could have collected the material, right? Today morning. Okay. What time you generally get your breakfast break? 9:30, 10 o'clock. Okay. Should I continue writing or you guys will copy from this one? Copy it. Okay. Last point is important. Such other body incorporated by any act to the extent notified by the central government. Or I will dictate, you guys can write down, okay? Which point you guys are writing? 4th one, is it? Okay, 4th one. Any company governed by special act except to the extent the provisions of Companies Act are inconsistent with the provisions of with a special act. Special act. Last point. Done? You have to maintain that workbook, okay, up to date. Sometimes I'll give homework questions. Some questions will solve it in the class itself. Now we should write the answer for these questions. Provisions are done. Next, answer. For answers, what is the first question? Is the Companies Act 2013 applicable to LLPs any way? That is the question, right? So now what you will do? You'll leave one word space again. You start by leaving one word space because it's your conclusion. You should write as per the above provisions. Write down. as per the above provisions, it is clear that the government can make the provisions of Companies Act applicable to any body corporate. In the above provisions, it is clear that the government can make provisions of the Companies Act applicable to any body corporate by notification in the official gazette, subject to official gazette, subject to beta, you write down official gazette with modifications, adoptions or exceptions. Thus, full stop aita, next line write down accordingly, full stop, next line write down accordingly. Government can make the Companies Act applicable to LLP. Applicable to LLPs. Second question, write down next line. Second question, write down. This question is not relevant for you guys. Why? Because you don't have that. This section number 164 is not there in your provision. Otherwise, it would have been relevant. This will be relevant for your CA final level. Because there you have the concept of what? Directors and disqualification of directors. Because a person cannot be director of more than how many companies? 20 companies. So you can skip the last question, is not required. Anyway, you cannot be director of DP of how many companies? How many LLPs? 20 LLPs. Because government has notified the provisions of section number 164 of Companies Act to whom? Even to the LLPs. Now the crux of the question is, can government make the Companies Act applicable to LLP? Answer is what? Yes. By notification in the what gazette? Official gazette. With these we are done with what? Section number 1. Clear with this? Now we'll start with the section number 2. Section number 2 deals with what? Definitions. Deals with what? Are you guys ready? You will be having some interesting doubts if you guys concentrate in the class. Let's discuss and learn these concepts in detail, word by word. Ready? Let's start. Definition. What is the first definition? Alter or alteration. This definition will help us in section number 13. Section number what? 13. What is section number 13? Alteration of MOA. Alteration of what? And section number 14 is with respect to what? Alteration of AOA. Alteration of MOA, section number 13. Alteration of AOA, section number what? 14. Now, what do you mean by alteration, sir? Alteration means what? Making additions. Changes, correct. What type of changes? It can be addition, omission, or substitution. Now, what is addition? For adding a new provision, it is called as what? Alteration. That requires approval of the member by passing a resolution, and you should follow section number 39, 14. So if you want to add anything to MOA or AOA, follow section number what? 39, 14. Second one. What is second one? Omission. There is already a provision and you want to remove it from the MOA or AOA. That is also considered as what? Alteration. Follow section number 39, 14. Next one is what? Substitution. Replacement of the existing provision with which provision? New provision. It is also considered as what? Alteration. Clear? So what do you mean by alteration? Addition, omission, substitution. All three are considered as what? Alteration. Next one. Associate company. What company? Based on this, they ask question in which year? Jan 2021. Which year? For how many marks? 5 marks. Let us understand the concept of associate company. This concept of associate company will help us in understanding disqualification of auditor. Section number 141, eligibility and disqualification of whom? Auditor. So if an auditor is having any financial interest in the company or its holding company or subsidiary company or associate company, then he is disqualified to be what? Auditor of a company. If I am indebted to the company, who is indebted to the company? Auditor. If he is indebted to the company or its holding company or its subsidiary company or its associate company, then he is what? Disqualified. You must know what is associate company. Yes or no? To understand that concept, we should know what concept? Associate company concept. One more reason for which you should study this definition is, we have the consolidation of financial statement. Repeat, consolidation of what? Is consolidation compulsory for a company having subsidiary company, associate company? And associate company also includes what company? Joint venture company. So you must know what is associate company for the purpose of what? Consolidation of financial statement. You should know how to identify whether a company is a what company? Associate company or not. Now, what do you mean by associate company? What company? Associate company. Now, you guys tell me, what do you mean by associate company, sir? This is always with respect to what? Comparison. Always with respect to what? Comparison. So, we consider one company in comparison with which company? Other company as an associate company or not. Listen everybody. Now, when a company is called as associate company, sir, let's say XYZ company. Which company? Then there is a ABC company. Which company? ABC company. Now, when can we say ABC company is the associate of which company? XYZ company. Company is having? Very good. So, it is a company. What is associate company? It is a company. In which? Very good. In which what? Other company. What company? Now, who is the other company here? XYZ company. So, it is always based on comparison. We are comparing ABC company with which company? XYZ company. ABC is considered as associate of XYZ company if XYZ company is having what? Is having a significant influence. Very good. Significant influence. Having what influence? Significant influence. And includes... Sorry, but does not includes. Does not what? Includes. So does not includes what company? A subsidiary company. What company? Subsidiary company having what? Having what? Such influence. Having such influence. But includes. Includes what venture? Joint venture company. Clear? So it does not includes what company? Subsidiary company, because it is covered under separate section numbers, but includes what companies? Joint venture company. Now, what do you mean by significant influencer? Can you guys tell me what is significant influence? More than of total voting? It is not more than 20%. Attention to details. At least how much? 20%. Means what? 20% is sufficient. So significant influence means what? 20% of the voting rights, or there is one more condition by which you will be having a significant influence, under which you will be having a what? Business decision. What decision? If you have a right to make a business decisions of another company, that other company is called as what company? Associate of your company. Either a voting right of how much? 20%. Or a right to make what decision? Business decision. Any one, not and. Any one condition is satisfied, that company is called as what company? Associate company, because it is considered as a significant influence. What influence? Now you guys tell me, what do you mean by significant influence? Having at least how much? 20% of the total voting power, or having a right to take what decision? Business decision. That is what considered as significant influence. If one company having significant influence over the other company, that other company is called as what company? Associate company. And it includes what companies? Joint venture company. Now what is joint venture, sir? It's a companies where they have a joint arrangement. What arrangement? And they would be having a equal right to the net assets of the company. What of the company? Net assets of equal right. What right? For example, if there is a Tata Docomo, Tata what? Docomo, and Tata and Docomo started at Tata Docomo. Tata Docomo, where Tata is having how much? Docomo is having what? For Tata now, who is the associate company? For Tata, who is associate company here? Tata Docomo is the what? Associate company. What company? And for Docomo, who is the associate company? Tata Docomo. For both the companies, Tata Docomo, the joint venture company, is the what company? Associate company. Because both of them are having only how much? 50%. If it is more than 50%, it becomes what? Subsidiary company. That is not covered under the associate company concepts. Are we clear with this? Now you guys tell me what is associate company? It's a company in relation to which? Repeat. Other company having a significant influence, but does not include a subsidiary company in which that company is having a significant influence, but includes joint venture companies. Keep this in mind. If this significant influence are voting rights held in fiduciary capacity. What capacity? Fiduciary. That shall not be taken into consideration while calculating the significant influence. Now, what is fiduciary capacity, sir? It's the held in the form of what? Trust for the benefit of someone else. If the shares are held in the form of a trust, as a trustee for the benefit of someone else, it is considered as shares held in fiduciary capacity. That should not be counted. The purpose of what? Voting rights. What rights? For example, mutual fund companies, they will not hold shares for themselves. Correct, right? They are the asset management company. They manage assets of whom? Investors. So they will be acting in a fiduciary capacity. If Reliance Mutual Fund is holding 20% of Reliance company, then Reliance company is not considered as what? Associate of Reliance Mutual Fund. Because those shares are held in what capacity? Fiduciary capacity. So if the shares are held in fiduciary capacity, that should not be taken into consideration. This is the concept of what company? Associate company. If a company is having subsidiary company or associate company, the company should do consolidation of what statement? Financial statement. Are we clear with this? And this definition is also important for the purpose of financial year. Now, what is financial year, sir? Financial year means a period ending on what date? 31st March. But however, if a company is a holding company or subsidiary company or associate company of a company which is incorporated where? Outside India, and if it is required to follow different financial year for the purpose of what? Consolidation. For the purpose of what? They can apply to whom? Central government to follow what year? Different financial year. So you must know what is associate company. What company? Associate company. Are we clear with this definition, everybody? Yes or no? So let's read what is associate company word by word. Let's start. Everybody, what is associate company? In relation to another company means a company in which that other company has a significant influence, but which is not a of the company having such influence and includes a joint venture company. What company? Now, what do you mean by significant influence? Control of at least 20% of. Is it at least or more than? So it is only at least, means minimum 20% of the total voting power. Is it share capital or total voting power? You will take into consideration only what shares? Equity shares, not the preference shares. Or control of, repeat, or participation in what decision? Business decision under an agreement. Now, what do you mean by joint venture? Means a joint arrangement whereby the parties have a joint control of the arrangement, have the right to the net assets of the arrangement. Note, joint control means a decision requires consent of which parties? Both the parties. If the shares are held in what capacity? Will that be counted? Shall not be counted? Shall not be counted. Yes or no? Now, based on this, what type of questions might come in the examination? So you guys should answer this question now. Write the answer for this question. Write the answer. If you have understood the concepts, write the answer for these questions. By this way, things becomes clear for you guys. Write the answer. You guys have 5 minutes of time to write down. Associate company? Yes or no? First is yes, second one is? Okay, write the answers. How you guys are writing answer? First you should write the provisions, right? First of all, that is what matters in the CA examinations. Attention to details. This is not a associate company. Why, sir? Read the questions carefully. Read the questions carefully. What do the question says? Love Limited has entered into a contract with whom? Kush Limited under which Kush Limited will control of the sale and disposal of the output. What they are controlling? Are they controlling voting right? Are they controlling business decision? What they are controlling? Sales. Is that a significant influence? Then how is it associate company? You guys have just seen 22%. Oh, it is more than 20%. Associate company. You will come out with 100% of confidence in the examinations. हाँ मैंने अच्छा कर लिया. Is it associate company? Not an associate company. Not a associate company. Continue. Write the answer. It's only the business decision, not the sale and disposal. How you write the answer? According to the provisions of Companies Act. If you don't remember section numbers, then don't read the section numbers. Section number 2 of the Companies Act 2013. Associate company means a company in which the other company has a significant influence but does not include subsidiary company in which other companies having such influence but includes joint venture company. Further, to write the next one, what is the word use? Further, a company in which the other company has a if the shares are held, you should write the definition of significant influence, right? So significant influence means having at least 20% of the voting rights, or having a right to take part or participate in the business decisions of the company. Further, if any shares are held in the fiduciary capacity, shall not be taken into consideration while calculating the voting power or the significant influence in a company. Understood? Done. Next, you should write as per the above provisions. As per the what? Or you should write some 1 or 2 lines for the question. In the given question, Love Limited have a right to control 22% of the what? Sale and disposal of the output of Love Limited. You write that 1 line of the question, then you will write, in the light of the above provisions, or as per the above provisions, it can be concluded that, or it can be decided that, or it can be said that the Love Limited is having what? Only a right to control the sale and disposal of the output of Love Limited, which is not considered as what influence? Significant influence. Accordingly, it is not a what company? Associate company. Next, is Kush Limited is considered as associate company? Why no? Further, in the second question, what question? Second question, the answer remains the same as the shares held in fiduciary capacity. What capacity? Shall not be taken into consideration for the purpose of calculation of total voting power. This is how you are supposed to write the answers. Complete the answer. ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ? Provisions complete ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ? Write the remaining part. In the given case, first para is done, now provision is done, right? Next, second para, in the given case, in the given case, Love Limited controls 22% of the sale and disposal of output. Sorry, Kush Limited, na? In the given case, Kush Limited. Output of the Love Limited. Love Limited. Then you should write the conclusion part. Based on the above provisions, and the facts, it can be concluded that Kush Limited is not having significant influence in which limited? Love Limited, as it only controls what? Are controlling sale and disposal of the output of Love Limited. Thus, or accordingly, you can say, thus, Love Limited is not the associate of which company? Kush Limited. I'll repeat. Based on the above provisions and the facts, it can be concluded that Kush Limited is not having significant influence in what limited? Love Limited, as it only controls sale and disposal of output of the Love Limited. Thus, Love Limited is not an associate of Kush Limited. Or you can say accordingly, Love Limited is not an associate of the Kush Limited. Then this is for the first question. Second question, what is the second question? You should write next one. The answer for the second question remains the what? Second question remains the same as the shares held in what capacity? Held in fiduciary capacity shall not be taken into account while calculating the what, right? While calculating the what, right? The total voting rights. Total voting power. That's it. This is how you're supposed to present your answer. First you write the provisions, then you write the conclusions. Conclusions part will keeps on changing based on the questions. We don't have any standard format for the conclusions part. Clear? So what is the second answer? The answer for the second question remains the same, as the shares held in what capacity? Fiduciary capacity shall not be taken into account while calculating the what power? Total voting power. This is how you're supposed to write the answer if they ask question based on what company? Associate company. Are we clear with this, everybody? Which one? Output of Love Limited. Yeah, output. It's done. The answer for the second question remains the same, as the shares held in fiduciary capacity shall not be taken into account while calculating the total voting power. Is it done? Okay, let's start with the next concept now. So we have discussed how many definitions, everybody? 2. What is the first one? Alter and alteration. Can you guys tell me what is alteration means? Addition, omission, substitution. Very good. What is associate company? It's a company in which other company has a significant, which is not a subsidiary company of the company having such influence, and includes joint venture company. Clear with this, everybody? Next one, board of directors. Board of directors, collective body of directors is called as what directors? Board of directors. All the directors together are called as what? Board of directors. Nothing to explain in this. Next one, body corporate. What corporate? This we have already discussed, if you guys remember. What is body corporate? It means a company. Includes what? Company incorporated where? Outside India. Even foreign company is considered as what? Body corporate, but does not includes cooperative society. And also any other body corporate which central government may by notification specify in this behalf. If government say it is not considered as body corporate, it is not considered as a body corporate. What is body corporate? Includes company incorporated. Our Indian companies are body corporate. Foreign companies, LLPs, All these are considered as what? Body corporate. This one is inclusive definition. So we can say all body corporates are not companies, but all companies are. Can we say this? All companies are body corporate, but all body corporates are not companies. Are we clear with this? So generally the institutions are the organization which has separate legal entity. What legal entity? They are considered as the body corporate. Are we clear with this, everybody? Next one, books and paper. What is that? These definitions helps you guys to understand books of accounts. Have you heard about books of accounts? Books of accounts is also a book. Aresa, no. So this definition is what it is saying, book and paper. Repeat. So what do you mean by books and paper? It includes what? Books of accounts, deeds. Now what do you mean by, wait. Word by word. What is the first one? Books of account. I will discuss what is books of account. What is books of accounts? Records maintained. The moment I say books of accounts, the one word should pop up in your mind. It is a what? Record. Maintained. With respect to what? Receipt of money. What of money? Receipt of. And payment of money. Nothing but what? Cash book. Or cash flow statement. Yes or no? So what is books of accounts? Records maintained with respect to what? Receipt of money and payment of money. Second one is what? With respect to the sales and purchases. Books of accounts continues now. Not only we maintain the books of account not only about receipt and payment of money, also about what? Assets and liabilities. Assets and what? And also about sales and purchases. No. And also about what? Cost. Items of cost. Are you guys getting it? Now what is books of accounts? It includes records maintained. Everybody, what maintained? With respect to what? Some received and expanded. Some received and what? Expanded. And in case of section 8 company, what company? It also includes, that is in case of financial statement. Next one, sales and purchases. Sales and what? Assets and liabilities. Items of cost only if it is applicable. Cost records are not compulsory for all companies. It is compulsory only for the prescribed class of company. If cost records are compulsory and if you maintain the cost records, it is also considered as what? Books of accounts. So what do you mean by books? It includes books of accounts. Books of accounts is different. Books are different. Books can be books of accounts, deeds, vouchers. All these are considered as what? Books. We have a minute books. Registrar members is there. They're also considered as a book. Book is different. What is books of accounts? Records maintained with respect of what? Receipts and payments, assets and liabilities, sales and purchases, items of cost only if it is applicable. That is what called as books of account. Books includes even what? Books of. Now what is books? Next one is what? Deed. Now what is deeds are? A document by which the rights are transferred from one person to another person. It is called as what? Deed. Sale deed, partnership deed. Yes or no? Even deeds are considered as what? Books and paper. Next one. Vouchers. You do vouching in case of auditing, right? Vouching. What is vouching? Verification of transaction based on the what? Vouchers. It's called as what? Vouching. You study this in the auditing of the auditing. Yes or no? Next one. Writings. Anything in writing. Next one. Document. Next one is what? We will study definition of a document later. Next one, minutes of the meeting, board meeting as well as a general meeting. Next one, registers. We have a registers, right? Registrar members, registrar debenture holders, registrar security shares. No. All these are considered as what? Books and paper maintained on a paper or in what form? Electronic form. Now you guys tell me what is books and paper? Books of account, deeds, vouchers, writing, documents, minutes and register. All these are called as what? Books and paper. Now what is books of accounts? Records maintained with respect of how many things? What are the 4 things? Receipts and payment, sales and purchases, assets and items of cost if it is applicable. That is what called as books of accounts. Done with this. Next, definition of company. Definition of what? Tell me what is company, everybody. Or any other previous company law. Are we clear with this? Next one, these two are basic definition. You should have studied this in your foundation, but I'll discuss one more time. There are two types of company, right? Limited by guarantee, limited by shares. Now, what do you mean by limited by guarantee? The liability of the members is limited in both the cases, but in case of guarantee to the extent of amount of guarantee given by whom? Members. And where do you mention this? In the memorandum of association, and when it is payable at the time of liquidation of company. Just have to mention these 3 points. It is left to you. How do you mention it? Simple. It's a company where what is limited? Liability is limited to the extent of amount of guarantee. Amount of what? Given by whom? Members. Where it is given? Memorandum of association. When it is payable? You just have to add these 4 points. With these 4 points, you should write your answer. So now tell me, what is limited by guarantee? It's a company in which the liability of the members limited to the extent of amount of guarantee undertaken by them to be contributed in the case of liquidation of the company. That is what considered as what? Limited by guarantee. Limited by what? Generally, company with charitable object. What object? Go for what companies? Company limited by guarantee. Company limited by what? Are you guys clear with this? What is company limited by guarantee? It's a company. It's a what? Where the liability of the members is limited to the extent of amount of guarantee undertaken by them in the what? Memorandum of association to be contributed at the time of winding up liquidation of the company. That is what considered as what company? Limited by guarantee. Next one, what is limited by shares? It's a company where the liability of the members is limited by what? Memorandum. By what? To the amount, if any, unpaid on the shares held by them. That is what considered as what company? Limited by. Limited by. Next one, based on these two, there is the less chances that they'll ask questions in the examinations. Are we clear with this, everybody? Oh, it got stuck. Next one. What is the next one? One second, let me restart it. What is associate company? What is associate company? It's a company in relation to which other company has a significant influence. Includes but does not include subsidiary of a company in which such influence, but includes joint venture. Correct, right? Then what is books of accounts? Records maintained with respect to receipts and payments and purchases, assets and liabilities, items of cost. That is considered as what company? Considered as the books of accounts. Books of one second. Books of what? Accounts. Next, we are done with company. Company limited by guarantee is done. Limited by shares is done. Next one, we should know about contributories. We used to have this concept called as liquidation of company, accounting for liquidation of company, but it is not there in your syllabus. You will not study at the accounts paper also. Earlier, we used to have this liquidation of company. For example, let's say I'm going for liquidation of company. What for company? I will give a scenario. Guys should tell me what will happen in this case. Let's say the company is going for liquidation. Going for what? Liquidation. What happened? Company is having two different type of shareholders. Let's see. Oh, am I audible to you guys? Let's say there is a XYZ company. Think and answer. Okay, XYZ company is there. There are three members here. X, Y, Z. X is holding 1000 shares of 10 rupees each. On this, already how much is paid? 5 rupees is paid up. Then we have Mr. Y. Y is also holding 2000 shares of 10 rupees each. Z is also holding 1000 shares of how much? 10 rupees each. This person is also paid up. How much is paid up? 5 rupees is paid up. This person also has paid how much? 5 rupees. Now what happened? Mr. Z knows that this company is going for liquidation in 1 year. Next 1 year, within next 6 months, this company is going to go for what? Liquidation. If company goes for liquidation, who should make the payment? Z. He don't want to make the payment. So what he will do? He will transfer his shares to Mr. A. Transfer it to whom? Now who is the transferor? Z. Who is the transferee? Now who is the shareholder now? A is the shareholder. Who is the shareholder? A is the shareholders. Now Z is no more a shareholder, but this Mr. A is not solvent person. He's a what person? Insolvent person. What person? He is not having sufficient funds to pay for the unpaid value of the shares. Now let's say this XYZ company go for liquidation. Goes for what? If company goes for liquidation for the payment of debts, payment of what? Can company recover the funds from the members? Can it ask money from Mr. X? He is called as A-list contributory. What contributory? Means the persons who are liable to contribute to the money to whom? To the company. The company is liquidator, official liquidator. What liquidator? Official liquidator. He will prepare the list. Prepare the what? List. There will be a list and there will be what list? B list. First you try to recover the money from which list? Then you go to which list? First you will recover the money from whom? Existing shareholder. What shareholder? How much is X is liable to pay? 5 rupees per share. That is 5,000 rupees. How much B? 5,000. How much is Mr. A is liable to pay? 5,000. But now because he is insolvent, because he is what? You can recover the money from whom? Previous transferor. What transferor? Because the company has gone into liquidation within how many years of transfer? 1 year of transfer. If a person transferred his shares and if a company goes into liquidation within how many years? 1 year. In that situation, the liquidator can demand the money from whom? From the previous transferor. Then he is called as what list contributory? B list contributory. Now first of all, who are contributors? The persons who are liable to contribute the money in case of winding up of the company are called as what? Contributors. Called as what? Now let's read the definition now. Can you guys read the definition? Who is contributory? Means a person liable to contribute towards the assets of the company in the event of its being winding up. Then he is called as what? Contributory. For this purpose, it is hereby clarified that a person holding what shares? Shall not be considered as what? Shall not be considered as contributory, but shall have no, he will be considered as contributory, but shall have what? No liability of a contributory under the act, whilst retaining the rights of such contributory. Based on this, they can ask MCQs in the examination. Even if a person is holding fully paid shares, what shares? Will he be considered as contributory? Yes, but he will not be liable as a contributory because his shares are what? Fully paid. Understood? And this classification of A-list contributory and B-list contributory is there as an explanation in your ICA material also. That's why I've given that explanations. A-list means existing shareholders. B-list means when the existing shareholders will not be are not in a position to pay the money. You go for whom? Previous holder. They are considered as what list contributories? B-list contributory. First of all, who is contributory? Persons who are liable to contribute, are liable to pay to the what? Assets of the company in the event of winding up. Then he is called as what? Contributory. Even if a person is holding fully paid shares, is he considered as contributory? Yes or no? But he will not have the liabilities of a contributory. Based on this line, there can be MCQs in the examination. Yes or no? Next one is control. Next one is what? Now what is subsidiary company? Controls the composition of board of directors. Now the question is, what do you mean by control? Control means this one. Listen everybody. What do you mean by control, sir? Control means shall include right to appoint. Repeat. Majority of directors. Board of directors are to control the what? Management or policy decision. Either it is exercised by the persons or persons, either individually or in concert, directly or indirectly, including by virtue of their shareholding, management rights, shareholders agreement or voting agreement. If you have a right to appoint majority of directors or right to take control of the what? Management decision. What decision? Either by your shareholding or by management rights or shareholders agreement or voting agreements, then also it is considered as what? Control. Considered as what? I would be having a control over your board of directors just by an agreement, right? Yes or no? That is what considered as what? Control. What is the word? Definition of the word control. Next one is dividend. Next one is what? This I will discuss in detail when I discuss the concept of dividend chapter. What chapter? But keep this in mind, the word dividend includes even what dividend? Interim dividend. Everybody, what dividend? Who declares interim dividend, sir? Board of Directors declares the interim dividend. It is proposed and declared by the Board of Directors, whereas the final dividend is proposed by the directors and declared by whom? Shareholders in the annual general meeting. What meeting? Are you guys clear with this? I will discuss in detail how to declare the dividend, out of what sources you can declare the dividend, and how the declaration of dividend happens out of reserves. We'll solve all the practical questions about the dividend when I go to the section number 123 to 127. Section number what? 123 to 127. Next one is section number 20. Sorry, the definition of document. Definition of what? This definition is important based on section number 20. Section number what? We have section number 20, which deals with service of documents. Service of what? Service of what? How the documents are sent by company to ROC or to the members or to whom? Now, what is considered as a document, or what are the things which are included in the document? What is the first one? I want everyone to repeat. What is the first one? Now, what is summons? Calling a person to appear before an authority. If ROC want a person to appear before it, it issues what? Summons. If court wants a person to appear before it issues the what? Summons. Is summons considered as a document? Areza, no. So document includes what? Summons. Next one. Notice of the meeting. It is also considered as a document. Third one. Requisition. This will come in case of EGM. Extraordinary General Meeting. What meeting? You should keep on writing these points so that it will get an interlink. So requisition is also considered as what? Document. Under section number 100 of the Companies Act, we have a concept called as EGM, Extraordinary General Meeting. Generally, Board of Directors calls the EGM. But there is a concept where members can also request EGM. Request what? Who can request EGM? Members. And members can request the EGM by giving the what? A requisition letter. What letter? That is also considered as what? Document. Considered as what? See, every provision is interlinked here. Are you guys getting it? You should know how to interlink the provision. It's not like they'll ask questions based on one particular section numbers. Most of the times they ask questions combining what? 3 or more section numbers. Are you guys getting it? Yes or no? So document includes what? What is the first one? Second one? Third one? Requisitionist. Fourth one? Order issued by the ROC as well as the RDs. They issue the order. Next one? Declaration. When at the time of incorporation of a company, the members, subscribers to the memorandum of association, they should give a declaration saying that they have not convicted of any offense with respect to the promotion, formation or management of the company. The declaration given by members is also considered as what? Document. Considered as what? Next one, the form. There are various forms to be filed with ROC. They are also considered as what? Document. Next one, registers. Next one is what? Register of members, register of debenture holders. All these are considered as what? Document. Considered as what? Repeat, what is document? Form and register, whether issued, sent, kept in pursuance of this act or any other law for the time being in force, are maintained in what form? Paper form or in the electronic form. All these are considered as what? Considered as what? I will discuss definition of ESOP and expert later when I go to that concept of ESOP. Okay, we'll discuss now itself. What is the first one? Employee stock option. Repeat. You study about ESOP under section number 62 of the Companies Act. Section number what? 62 of the Companies Act. Further issue of share capital. Now, what is ESOP, sir? Have you heard this word ESOP? Accounting for ESOP. I think it was there in the foundation level or inter. You have accounting for ESOP, right? You book it as employee benefit expenses. Every year you book some amount of money as an expenses towards employee benefit. Or yes or no? Is it taxable? If you give a ESOP to an employee, ESOP to whom? If you give ESOPs to an employee, is it taxable in the hands of employee? If it is taxable, is it taxable as an income from salary, or is it taxable as a perquisite? Obviously, is it a perquisite, or is it an allowance, or is it a taxable as income from other sources? How it is taxed? That you guys decide later. Okay. Now we are learning only what provisions? Law provisions. What provisions? Now listen. What is ESOP? Simple. Employee stock option scheme. Repeat. Simple. ESOP means it's an option. It's a what? Given to whom? Directors, officers, or employees. Repeat. Of the company. Of the what? Or its holding company. Or its what company? Or its what company? Subsidiary company or companies. So this option can be given to whom? Either directors or of the or its which gives, that option gives such director or officer or employee what? A benefit. Repeat. Or the right to purchase or subscribe for the shares of the company. What of the company? At a what date? Future date. Again, word by word, word by word. Concentrate, everybody. Clarity is what matters. That is what gives you guys the advantage of getting good marks in MCQs. Every word matters. Yes or no? Listen, everybody. What is ESOP? Option given. What given? To whom? Or officer or employees of the company. You know who is directors, right? Directors can be old-time directors or part-time directors. Both are eligible for ESOP. Directors, next one. Officers, next one. Employee. What type of employees are? Permanent employees. What employees? Whether in India or outside India. Both are eligible for ESOPs. Clear with this? Who is the first person? Second one. Who are officers, sir? CFO, CS, CMA. All these are considered as what? Officers. Yes or no? So is director eligible for ESOP? Officers. Then employees of whom? Company or of its holding company or of subsidiary company or companies which give such directors or officers or employees the benefit. What is that? Or the right to purchase or subscribe for the shares of the company. What of a company? On what date? At a what price? Predetermined price. It is not mandatory that company should give the shares. Instead, company can give what? Benefit of that shares. For example, I will make a contract with you saying that I will sell my shares at what price to you? 10 rupees. Irrespective of market price. After 2 years. After how many years? Let's say the market price is 50 rupees. How much? I will not allot shares to you. I may give only how much? 40 rupees of benefit to you in the form of cash. Either I can give benefit or I can give what? Shares itself. Are you guys getting it? Yes or no? Yes. Can company give debentures and in the ESOP? Can a company give debentures as a ESOP? What is the word? Employee stock option scheme. And if you observe the definition carefully here, only what? Shares of the company. You will get these thoughts in the examination. It only what here? Shares, not securities. The word securities are different, shares are different. Understood? Aresa, no? And shares can be what shares? As well as preference shares. Now you tell me what is ESOP now. It's an option given to whom? Officer or employee. Of whom? Company or its which gives such director or officer or employee benefit or right to purchase shares of the company. Again, there are two more words here. Purchase or subscribe. Repeat. We use the word purchase if the shares are already in existence. We use the word subscribe when the shares are newly issued. Subscribe is different, purchase is different. So ESOP can be both for what? Purchase or subscribe. Clear? Purchase or subscribe. Of what of company? Shares of the company. At a what date? At what price? Predetermined price. That is what considered as ESOP, employee stock option scheme. Clear with this, everybody? Any questions, any doubts? Next one, expert. Who is an expert? Are you guys considered as an expert? Yes. Once you become a CEO, you're considered as what? Expert. Any person who can issue a statement. Issue what? Or a certificate is considered as an expert. So the word expert include this definition will help us in section number 23 to 42 of the Companies Act. We have the concept of issue of prospectus and allotment of securities. A prospectus may contain the statement by whom? By an expert with his prior consent. Are you guys getting it? And who are considered as an expert? Everybody? Engineer. Repeat, everybody. Second one, valuer. Third one, chartered accountant. Fourth one, fifth one, cost accountant. Any other person who has the power or authority to issue a certificate, then he is considered as what? Expert. These persons are expressly mentioned, and it also includes any other person who can issue what? Certificate. Issue what? Then he is considered as an expert. Who is the first person? Engineer. Second one, valuer. Third one, CA. Fourth one, CS. And fifth one, cost accountant, and any other person who has the power, authority to issue a certificate. Then he is considered as what? Expert. Next one is important. Based on this, they ask questions and many a time in the examination, even in the Jan 25 exam, they ask this question. Financial statement. What statement? You guys tell me what is financial statement. It includes word by word. Financial statement with respect to whom? With respect to whom? Company. Only with respect to company. In case of LLP, we call it as statement of accounts and solvency. There we don't call it as what statement? Financial statement. We call it as what? Statement of accounts and solvency. And we don't have accounting standards for LLP. Do we prepare accounts of LLP as per accounting standards? But do we prepare accounts as per accounts of company as per accounting standards? Do we have accounting standards for partnership firm? But there are guidance note. What note? Are guidance note mandatory to follow? No. It is not mandatory. Because only accounting standards. What standards? Mandatory for all the companies. But partnership firm, the format differs from partnership to partnership firm. We have seen. But format remains the same for whom? All the companies. Yes or no? So what is financial statement, sir? Let's go. Financial statement with respect to whom? Company. With respect to whom? Includes. Repeat. What's the first one? Balance sheet. Wait. At the end of the financial year. What of financial year? Balance sheet is always prepared at the what? End of the financial year. You should write the complete sentence. Balance sheet at the end of the financial year. Next one. Profit and loss account. In case of company carrying on activity not for profit, income and expenditure account for the financial year. It includes profit and loss account. What account? Charitable company, income and expenditure account. Not at the end of the financial year, for the financial year. That is why when you write the heading of P&L account, you say, right, is it? For the financial year. For the financial year. Yes or no? Balance sheet at the end of the financial year. As on. Last date. Correct, right? But for the profit and loss account, for the financial year. What financial year? For the financial year. Yes or no? Next one. Cash flow statement. What statement? Again, for the what? Financial year. Are you guys observing the difference between balance sheet and these two? The word, what is the word used here? At the end of financial year. This one, for the financial year. And this one, for the financial year. Attention to detail. Word by word. Are you guys clear with this, everybody? Next one. Cash flow statement. What statement? For what? Financial year. Next one, statement in changes of equity. Repeat. Statement of changes in equity, if applicable. Statement of changes in equity is not mandatory for all the companies, but it is mandatory as per Ind AS. If you are following Ind AS, you know what is Ind AS, right? Indian Accounting Standards. If Ind AS is mandatory, then it is mandatory that you should disclose what? Statement of changes in equity. Are we clear with this? Next one. What is the next one? Any explanatory note. What note? Annex 2 are forming part of any document referred to above. That is nothing but notes to accounts. Are they also considered as financial statement? Yes. And whenever there is a provision which says you must file financial statement. What statement? You must file everything, even the notes to account. If notes to account is not there, it is considered as you are defaulted in filing the what? Financial statement. Tell me, what is financial statement? Includes balance sheet at the end of the financial year, profit and loss account for the financial year, cash flow statement for the financial year, statement of changes in equity if applicable, any explanatory note annexed to or forming part of any document referred above. Clear with this? Now, however, for 1% company, repeat. What is 1% company? Company is having only 1% as its members. 1% company. What company? Small company. What company? Dormant company. What company? Startup private company. Only a private company can be startup company. Private company, LLPs, partnership firm. Public company cannot be called as what company? Startup company. Financial statement does not include what statement? Cash flow statement. Repeat. For which company cash flow statement is? Dormant company, startup company. Exemption is applicable only if the company has not defaulted in filing its what? Financial statement and an annual return. What return? If you're not defaulted in filing the previous year financial statements and annual return, in that scenario, what scenario? In that scenario, for you, financial statement does not include what statement? Cash flow statement. For which company? Are we clear with this? Yes or no? Based on this, they ask question in the Jan 25 exam. What exam? Jan 25 exam. What type of question might come in the examination and how you will write the answers in the exam if they ask questions? Can we read the questions, please? Can we read the questions? Ready? Start mein padhai karenge. Let's start. Let's start. Astprat Limited is an unlisted public company having 5 directors in this board, which includes 2 independent directors. We don't care for this. Correct, right? Continue. Sankul Private Limited is a subsidiary company of Astprat Limited actively carrying on its business, having paid up capital of 1 and with 40 members respectively, and the said company is not a startup company. Oh, okay. Next one. In this context of above said cases, please answer the following questions. Whether Sankal Private Limited is mandatorily required to prepare cash flow statement for the financial year as a part of its financial statement. Provide your answers by analyzing Sankul Private Limited into following categories of companies. First of all, is it a 1% company? Is Sankul Private Limited is a 1% company? Because it is having how many members? 1% company will have how many members? It is not a 1% company. We decided the first one. Second one is what? Small company. Is it a small company? The answer is no. What is the reason? First reason, it's a subsidiary of which company? Astprat Limited. The small company definition goes like this. Small company means a company other than public company. Other than whose paid up capital does not exceeds 10 crore rupees and turnover does not exceeds 100 crore rupees. However, nothing contained in this clause shall apply to holding company and subsidiary company, company governed by special act as well as Section 8 company. What companies? This one is a what company? Subsidiary company. What company? More important, it is a public company. Why it is a public company? Private company, subsidiary of which company? Public company. Deemed to be what company? Public company. It's a deemed public company. Is it a small company? Not a small company. Not a small company. Is it a dormant company? Not a dormant company. Is it a private company? Private company? No. Because it is a what company? Deemed to be public company. Not even a startup company. Correct, right? So now tell me accordingly whether Sankul Private Limited is required to prepare cash flow statement. Why? Because it is not a one-person company, not a small company, not a dormant company, not a startup private company. Hence, it is required to prepare what statement? Cash flow statement. Understood? Next one. One more question was asked in the previous examinations. Can we read? Geeta Private Limited is a what company? Startup company. Mr. Prabodh has been appointed as a accounts manager of Geeta Private Limited. The board meeting for approval of accounts is to be held on what date? 1st August 2022. And he has to prepare the financial statement for approval by the board. Referring to the section number 2, clause 40 of the Companies Act, advise Mr. Prabodh about the statement that are required to be prepared. How do you write the answer for this? You should write according to section 2 of the Companies Act. Everybody should say financial statement includes balance sheet at the end of the financial year, profit and loss account for the financial year, statement of changes in equity if applicable, any other explanatory note attached to the above statements. Further, for one-person company, small company, dormant company, startup private company, financial statement does not include cash flow statement. You should write then. In the given case, Geeta Private Limited is a what company? Startup company. Startup private companies. Then you should write, based on the above provisions and the fact it can be concluded that as Geeta Private Limited is a startup private company, it is not required to prepare a cash flow statement. That's it. Are you guys clear with this? And you should fill this blank, like you should complete the answer writing practice by today itself. You should complete the homework that day itself. By this way, you will be ready with the answers for the examination. Let them ask any questions. The provisions remain the same for what? Financial statements. Are we clear with this, everybody? Yes or no? With these, we are done with the financial statement. Before we go for the breakfast break, I want you guys to answer the questions based on whatever the topics we discussed today. I'll ask questions. You guys should answer. Ready? What is law? Law includes what? Which one requires a bill to be passed? Who makes the law? Who enforces it? Who interprets it? Which one is easy to make? Which one is difficult to make? Who makes regulations? The first number in the section is called as what? Section. Second number. Third one. Fourth one. One who files the case is called as what? Other person is called as what? Plaintiff and the defendant. When you go for an appeal, other person, appellant and the respondent. Are we clear with this, everybody? Now, we discussed there are how many sections in the Companies Act? How many chapters? How many schedules? Do we have rules? We call them as what rules? Companies rules. What rules? 2014. For the management of the Companies Act, Administration of Companies Act, what do we have at the top level? MCA. Under MCA, RD, Regional Directors. Under RD, every state has how many ROC? Except in state of Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu, how many ROC? One in, other one in Coimbatore. In Maharashtra, Pune and Mumbai. Clear? And in case of dispute, where the disputes are referred to? Against NCLT? Against NCLT? Supreme Court is the court of last appeal. Are we clear with this? Section 1 provides how many provision? What are the four? Short title, extent, commencement, applicability. What is the short title? Applicable, we know companies, insurance company, then banking company, electricity, special act, and also any other body corp. Notified by whom? Central government. Then we discuss the definition, alteration. What is alteration? Addition, omission, as well as the substitution. Second definition, we discussed about associate company. What company? Third one, we discussed, what else we discussed? Books and paper, books of accounts. Then we also discussed about deeds, documents. We discussed definition of what? Documents. Then we also discussed about, what else we discussed? Expert. Then employee stock option scheme, ESOP scheme. And recently we discussed about the financial statement, which is important for the purpose of understanding the finances, this accounts and auditing chapters also. And also contributory. Who is considered as a contributory? Limited by shares, limited by guarantee. Who is contributory? The person who is liable to contribute to the assets of the company in case of winding up. There are how many list of contributories? List A, list B. Correct, right? And we also discussed in contributories, even if the shares are fully paid, he is considered as a contributory, but he will not have the liabilities of a contributor. Understood, everybody? Yes or no? So with these, we have covered till financial statement. What statement? We have few more interesting definitions. Once we are done with the definition, we'll go to the chapter number 1. Chapter number what? 1. So make sure you guys collect your... What? Let's start. Next definition, financial year. What do you? This you would have heard many a times by this time, correct, right? Financial year, financial year, financial year. This financial year definition is important for the accounts chapter as well as meetings chapter. What chapter? See, every company should hold AGM, first AGM, within 9 months from the end of financial year. The subsequent AGM of the company should be held within 6 months from the end of financial year. Now, for this purpose, you should know what is a financial year. What is a financial year? Financial year means period ending on 31st day of the March of every year. What is financial year? In relation to a company. Relation to whom? So again, this definition is only for whom? Company, not for the LLPs. Then, so with respect to the company, financial year means a period ending on what date? 31st day of March of every year. Keep this in mind. Financial year is different, year is different. What do you mean by year? 1st Jan to 31st December. What do you mean by financial year? It's a period. It's a period which is ending on the 31st March of the every year. However, this is what most important. If the company has been incorporated, what is incorporated? Company has been incorporated on or after. On or what? 1st day of January. 1st day of what? Of a year, then the financial year means the period ending on 31st day of the March of the following year. Not the same year. It is what year? Following year. When the financial year means the following financial year, when a company has been incorporated on or after 1st day of what? January of a year, then the financial year means the period ending on 31st day of the March of the following year. What do you have? I will give examples. You guys should tell me what do you mean by financial year for this company. Okay, let's say XYZ company. Which company? And you guys should also ask questions. Okay, so concentrate so that you guys can ask you different questions, difficult questions. Listen, XYZ company got incorporated. Incorporation happened on what date? Let's say incorporation happened on what is the date today? 14th of May 2026. Tell me what you mean by financial year for this company. 31st March 2027. So what do you mean by financial year? Means a period ending on 31st March of the every year. What year? Every year. So what is the year here? 2027. Are you guys clear with this? Now what if, let's say, a company gets incorporated? Let's go thoda aage, salpa munde hogona. Let's say incorporation happened. What happened? Repeat guys, have some energy. Incorporation happened on 1st January 2027. Repeat. 1st January 2027. You guys tell me, what do you mean by financial year in this case? 31st March 2028. That is the period ending on the 31st March of the following year. What year? Yes or no? Now what if it is on 1st of February 2027? 31st March 2028. Not the 7, it is what? 2028. So it means you prepare the accounts for how many months? 15 months. How many months? This is possible only in the year of incorporations. Are we clear with this, everybody? So what is financial year with respect to a company? Repeat. Financial year means the year, period, not year, period ending on 31st March of the every year. What year? However, if the company has been incorporated on or after 1st January of a year, then financial year means the period ending on the 31st March of the following year. Observe the wordings, word by word. Listen everybody. Financial year. This is definition is applicable only with respect to a company. Financial year in relation to a company means period. It's what? Period. This word must be in your answer. It's a period ending on 31st March of every year. What year? Every year. However, if a company has been incorporated on or after 1st January of a year, then the financial year means the period ending. What ending? Period. On the 31st March of the following year. What year? Are we clear with this? Yes or no? Now, the exception part comes into picture here. This part is what most important, based on which they can ask questions in the examination. Clear here? Listen. If a company, repeat, is a what company? Holding company. Either it is a holding company or a what company? Subsidiary company or a what company? Associate company. One more time. What is the company? Either it is a holding company or it is a what company? And we already know what is associate company. Correct, right? Of a company. Of a what? Which is incorporated where? Outside India. Clear with this? This company, Indian company, either it is a holding company. What company? Or it is a and it is required to follow what financial year? Different financial year for consolidation of its accounts outside India. Where? May apply to whom? Central government. What government? Now wherever central government comes, in most of the cases it is considered as what? RD. For approval. For what? To follow any period as its financial year, whether or not that period is a what? Year. It can be less than a year also. Yes or no? Now, when this concept of following a different financial year is applicable, when a company, when a what? If it is a holding company or subsidiary company or associate company, and it is required to follow what year? Different financial year. For the purpose of what? Consolidation of financial statement. Where? Outside India. May apply to whom? Central government. To follow what year? Different financial year. Whether that financial year may be a year or not. Are we clear with this? Yes or no? So is there any chances that an Indian subsidiary of a foreign company follow different financial year? With the permission of whom? For example, there are few countries which follow calendar year as a financial year. 1st Jan to 31st December. 1st Jan to what? If you are a subsidiary of such type of companies or holding company of such type of companies, and if you are required to do consolidation of financial statement, for that purpose, you can apply to central government to follow what financial year? Different financial year. Earlier it was NCLT. You Needed approval of whom? NCLT. But now it is whom? Central government. What government? Are we clear with this? This point is most important. In case of IFSC company, what company? Have you heard about IFSC company? Have you heard about IFSC companies? IFSC company means International Financial Service Center Company. Repeat. International Financial Service Center Company. This IFSC center is considered as a SEZ. Considered as what? Have you heard about SEZ? What is SEZ? Special Economic Zone. Is it considered as part of territory of India or outside India? For the purpose of taxation. For the purpose of what? And many other provisions, these SEZs and IFSC centers are considered as territory outside India. Any supply to SEZ, it's considered as what? Export. Resa, no. Any receipt of goods from SEZ is considered as what? Import. So we have an International Financial Service Center, same like SEZ. These International Financial Service Centers are the centers where many financial companies operate. We have a first IFSC center in India called as the Gift City. What city? Have you heard about Gift City? What is Gift City? What is Gift? Gujarat International Financial Center. What center? Gujarat International Financial Service Center. If you establish any company in that Gift City, what city? It is considered as what company? IFSC company. What company? Most of the companies which are involved in the financial activities can establish their companies where in the IFSC center. That will be considered as a foreign company. What company? Have you heard about Gift Nifty? Have you heard about Nifty? Nifty is of NSE. There is one more called as Gift Nifty. What Nifty? Gift Nifty operates in the IFSC center. And in Gift Nifty, foreign companies can list their securities what? Directly it is considered as a foreign territory. What territory? So IFSC company means companies which are established in what center? IFSC center. What center? IFSC center is considered as a foreign territory. What territory? Are you guys getting it? Yes or no? So if you are a company, which company? IFSC company. What company? And if it is a subsidiary of a foreign company, what company? The financial year of subsidiary may be similar to the financial year of whom? Holding company, and approval of RD shall not be required. If you are a what company? And you are a subsidiary of which company? Foreign company. And if that foreign company is following what financial year? Different financial year. You can also follow the same financial year without whose approval? Central government approval. Other than IFSC company, if you want to follow different financial year, you require approval of whom? Central government. What government? Can you guys write the answer about financial year, everybody? What is financial year? In relation to company. Repeat. It means a period ending on 31st March of every year. However, if a company has been incorporated on or after first day of January, financial year means period ending on 31st March of the following year. What year? Next one. However, a company which is a holding company or of a company which is incorporated and following a what? Different financial year for the purpose of consolidation of financial statement. Where? Can apply to whom? For the purpose of following what year? Different financial year, which may be a year or not. But if you say IFSC company and subsidiary of a foreign company, that IFSC company can follow different financial year of that of its holding company without whose approval? Central government approval. Are we clear with the definition of financial year? Yes or no? Very important for the purpose of understanding the concept of meetings of the company. What are the company? Meetings of the company. Based on this, what type of questions might come in the examinations? Do we have any questions about financial year? No. They might ask questions in the upcoming examination. Next one, foreign company. What company? Foreign. This is easy definition. Based on this, they ask question in which examination? Jan 2025. Which examination? You guys tell me what is a foreign company? Means a company or a body corporate. Incorporated where? but which has place of business in India, whether by itself or through an agent, physically or through electronic mode, and conduct any business activity in India in any other manner. Then it is considered as what company? Can you guys repeat what is foreign company? Company incorporated as a place of business in physically by itself or through an physically or and conduct business activity in India. I will give an example. You guys should tell me whether it is a foreign company or not. Listen, everybody, concentrate. Let's check your conceptual understanding. Listen, let's say there is a XYZ company. What company? This is a USA company. What company? They want to start a business in India. What in India? Everybody, what in India? If they want to start a business in India, there are various options available to the company. What is the first option available? They can start a subsidiary company. What company? So they can start a subsidiary company as per which act? Companies Act. Which act? Now, if they start a subsidiary company, this subsidiary company is considered as what? Indian company or foreign company? Indian company. What company? Because it has been incorporated as per which act? Companies Act 2013. Understood? Yes or no? The concept of foreign company is applicable only when they operate through branches or any other mode. Let's say XYZ company, instead of starting subsidiary company, they establish a branch in India. What in India? If they establish a branch in India, or if they establish, let's say, they have a data center. What center? Data center. Or they have some other modes. Or they open a website. Open a what? They open a website to sell the product. Sell the what? Specifically in India. What in India? Specifically in India. In these cases, it is considered as what company? Foreign company. What company? Now you guys tell me, is this company required to follow all 470 sections? Yes or no? It is a what company? Indian company. But is this branch required to follow all 470 sections? Only those section numbers which are notified by which government? Central government. What government? Is this data center, is it required to follow all the provisions of Companies Act? No. Only those provisions are notified by whom? Central government. This is in the electronic form. This is in the what form? Physical form. Understood? Yes or no? Is Google is a foreign company? Are they operating in India? Are they employing the persons in India? Is Facebook, Meta is a foreign company? Are they operating in India? Physically or electronically? And if they're having office in India, it is considered as what? Physical. Do Google have an office in India? Are they operating physically through branch, either by itself or through what? Agent. Is it a foreign company? What if Google established a one more company in India? That one more company is considered as what company? Indian company. What company? Are we clear with this? So tell me, what is foreign company? Incorporated where? Outside India. As a place of business where? Either by or through and physically or through, and conduct. Most important, having place of business in India is not sufficient. What is more? One more condition: conduct business activity in India. Then it is considered as what company? What company? What type of questions might come based on the foreign company? What company? Foreign company. This question was asked in Jan 2025 for 6 marks. Let's answer this question. Open your question bank. Keep your question bank ready along with the material so that we can do the answer writing practice along with the class itself. Let's start.
Does even apply for the associate and holding company?
No. Only for subsidiary of a foreign company. Yeah. Yes, please go. Let's start. Based on the applicable provisions of the Companies Act. Let's start, everybody. Let's start. Based on the provisions applicable. Define the term what company? Everybody define what company? Foreign company. Identify which among the following companies can be categorized as what company? Foreign company. First one. Place of incorporation is what? Registered where? Developed a patient's database for a hospital in Mumbai, India. Server is in where? Singapore. Doesn't matter where is the server. They are having a place of business where in India. And they're conducting business in India. Yes, they're running a what? Hospitals in India. Is it a foreign company? Because they're fulfilling all the three conditions. Yes or no? Second one. What is the place of incorporation? Registered office in where? They don't have any place of business in India. If they don't have any place of business in India, then it is not considered as what company? Foreign company. Yes or no? Next one. What is the place of incorporation? Where it is registered? Where the boarding meeting happened? India. Is it a foreign company? Is it a foreign company? Yes or no? Why no? There is no place of business in what? India. Holding board meeting is not considered as business, right? Yes or no? Fourth one. What is the place of incorporation? What is the registered place? How many shares are held by Indian company? Is it a foreign company? Is it a foreign company? The answer is no. Do they have place of business in India? Are they conducting business in India? Then doesn't matter how many shares are held by Indians out in that company. For example, Jaguar. For example, what? Is it an Indian company, foreign company? Tata is holding majority shares in that company and they're doing business in India. Unless until they are doing business in India, it is not considered as what company? Foreign company. Why do you care about some company operating outside India? Only if they're operating where? In India. Then it is considered as what company? Foreign company. What company? How to present the answer for this? Start the answers. Start the answer for this question. Let's start the answer. Shall we start the answer? Start. Start writing the answers on your own. Start according to section number 2 of the Companies Act. Which Act? Companies Act 2013. Foreign company means, what company means? Foreign company means a company incorporated outside India and has a place of and has a what? Place of business in India, either by itself or through an agent, physically or electronically. Physically or what? Electronically, and conducts business activity in India. Business activity in the what? India. Next you should write, based on the above provision, based on the above provisions, the given questions can be answered, can be what? Answered as follows. As what? Follows. I'm going a little fast because these are all extra things we are doing in the class. We have to go in a certain speed. Correct now? Question number 1. What is the question number 1? A company having place of, or you can say company incorporated where? Company incorporated in Singapore and registered where adu ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ and developed patient database, patients database in what? In Mumbai. Is a what company? Is a what company? Foreign company. Is a foreign company, as it is incorporated where? Outside India, and having place of business in what? Mumbai, and conducting business in where? Mumbai. Nothing but India. Can you answer the answers like this for the remaining questions? Okay, I'll go little slow and write it properly. Okay, shall I dictate? According to section 2 of the Companies Act 2013, foreign company means what company? Foreign company means a company which is incorporated outside India and having a place of business in India, either by itself or through an agent, physically or electronically, and conduct business activity in India. Based on the above provisions, the given questions can be answered as follows. First question. What is the first question? Company incorporated in Singapore and developed a patient database where? In the Mumbai. Is a foreign company, as it is incorporated outside India and having a place of business in Mumbai and conducting business in Mumbai. That is India. Done? That you guys can write it on your own, right? Finish it. Oh, from now onwards, I'll write neatly, okay? Oh. I thought you guys will write on your own. I should have given more space, right? But make sure to reduce the font size. If I give more space, then it becomes bulky. You'll be scared of material itself. This question is there in the material itself. Now try to answer on your own. Then question number B. Provisions, are you guys clear? Everyone has written the provisions. Write down the answer. Answer B. Question number A. What is the answer? Company incorporated where? In Singapore. And developed patient database where? In Mumbai. Is a what company? Foreign company. What company? Why it is a foreign company? As it is incorporated where? Incorporated where? Outside India, and having a place of business in India and conducting what activity in India? Business activity in India. Done. Second question. What is the second question? Second question. Incorporated in UAE, having, and there is no place of business in India. It is not a foreign company. Company incorporated in UAE and having no place of business in India is not a foreign company, as it is not having a place of business in India. As it is not having a place of business in India. Done. Second one, C point. Company incorporated in Cape Town and held its board meeting in Leh, India. Leh Ladakh. Third question. What is third question? Company incorporated in Cape Town and held its board meeting in Leh, India is not a foreign company, as holding board meeting is not considered as business activity. Board meeting is not considered as a business activity. Done. Third, last question, D point. Company incorporated in Germany and the shares and 49% of the shares held by Indian company, and 49% shares held by Indian company is not a foreign company, is not a foreign company, as it is not having what? Place of business in India and not conducting business activity in India. You should give the reasons, right? Why it is not a foreign company. So out of all these, which one is a foreign company? First one is a foreign company. Understood? As it is not having place of business in India and conducting any business activity in India, it is not a what company? Foreign company. Now, because you have written something now, you will remember the definition. That is the advantage of doing the answer writing practice in the class itself. Done. If a similar question comes in the examination, you will write answers in the exam. Mere liye. You guys repeat one last time. What is a foreign company? Company which is incorporated outside India, has a place of business in India by itself or through an agent, and conduct business activity in India. That is considered as what company? Foreign company. Done with this? Next definition. Next definition. What is the next one? Free reserves. What reserves? You would have come across with this word free reserves many a times in your accounting subject. Yes or no? Then tell me, what is free reserves? General reserves, distributable profit as a what? Dividend. Correct. Listen. The reserves which are available for distribution of dividend. Repeat. Are considered as what reserves? Free reserves. What reserves? First of all, what is a reserve? A portion of the profit which is kept aside is called as what? Reserve. There are various types of reserves. Correct, right? There is a capital reserve. What reserve? Debenture redemption reserve. What reserve? Deposit repayment reserve. Revaluation reserve. What reserve? Out of all these reserves, only the general reserves can be used for what purpose? Distribution of dividend. Distribution of what? That is why it is called as what reserve? Free reserves. What reserve? So let us discuss the definition of free reserves. I want everyone to focus. Let us understand the concept of free reserves. What is free reserves? Everybody, as per company side, means a reserves. Means what? Reserve or reserves. It can be more than one reserve as well. Reserves which, as per the latest audited balance sheet. What sheet? Audited balance sheet of a company are available for distribution as dividend. Distribution as what? Then it is considered as what reserve? Free reserves. Repeat, what is free reserves? Reserves which, as per the latest audited finance, available for distribution as a dividend, but does not include, this is what the most important thing, any amount representing the unrealized gains. What lanes? Give me example for unrealized gains. That is a fictitious asset. Give me example for unrealized gains. Anybody invest in shares? Anyone has invested in shares here? You are having investment in, let's say, certain companies. If your portfolio is in green, it means you have made a profit, you made a gain, right? Is that realized gain or unrealized gain? When you see your portfolio in the console, like in the, it says what is the realized gain, unrealized gain, realized loss, unrealized loss. So the increase in the value of shares is what? Realized gain or unrealized gain? When you sell it, realized gain. So will you record the unrealized gain as a part of reserves? No. Unrealized gains are not a part of free reserves. I'll give one more examples. Let's say your company is supposed to receive $1,000. What dollars? And the dollars will keep on increasing, right? Is that realized gain or unrealized gain? Only when you convert, repatriate into the Indian currency, it becomes what gain? Realized gain. Till that time, it is not accounted in the books of accounts of the company. So if they ask question, giving an unrealized gain like this, they'll not say unrealized gain, they'll give an example of this. They say there is an increase in the value of shares. Will that be taken into consideration? No, it is not a free reserve. Not a what reserve? Next one is notional gains. What gains? Where there is no actual gain, but you will consider as what? Gain. Increase in the value of asset. Is a what gain? Notional gain. What gain? And revaluation of assets. This, are they using the word and or? Means both are same only, na? When we do revaluation of asset, whatever the increase in the assets is there, it is considered as what gain? Notional gain. Is it an actual reserve? Is it actual reserve? So revaluation reserve is not considered as what? Free reserve. And it is not available for distribution of dividend. What is the first one not available for distribution of dividend? Unrealized gain. Everybody what gain? Got the example for unrealized gains? Increase in the value of shares, change in the currency rate. Second one is what? Notional gains are revaluation of asset, whether shown as reserves or otherwise. Next one, any change in the carrying of amount of an asset or a liability recognized in the what? Equity, including surplus in profit and loss account on the measurement of an asset. Measurement of what? Or the liability at what value? Fair value. You do the assets at fair value, right? Any increase or decrease in that amount, it is not considered as what? Reserves. Not considered as what? Free reserves. So they can ask practical question based on the free reserves concepts. And based on this, they ask question in which examination? November 2024. So there are chances of asking questions in the upcoming examinations. Why? Because they are not tested in the recent time. By this way, you would be able to do the guesswork also. Which concept is important, which concept is not important, where you have to stress more. Yes or no? Let's see what type of question might come based on this free reserves concept. This was asked in the MTP November 24 for how many marks? 5 marks. How many marks? Let's read. I can ask any one of you to answer. If I see anyone talking in the class, what I will do, I will ask them to answer or to come over here and write. Oh, board or to write the answers here. Done? Let's start. Can we start the question? Read. Start. Okay. Ready? Let's start. MNO Limited is in the process of finalizing its financial statement for the year and is preparing to declare dividends. So they want to declare what? Dividends. During the process, company noticed a significant increase in the what value? Follow the question and answer. What value? Fair value of one of its properties, which has been transferred to the what reserves? Revaluation reserve. In addition, company has the following items in its books of accounts. What is the first one? Next one, capital reserves arising out of sale of fixed asset. Third one, surplus in the statement of middle account. Next one, forfeited shares amount. Next one, reserves created out of amalgamation. Next one, government grant credited to the capital reserve. Company is confused about which of these reserves or items can be treated as what? Free reserves for the purpose of dividend distribution as per which are Companies Act. So they want your advice because you are expert in the financial statement and financial matters. You are a CA. Based on the definition of Section number 2, clause 43 of the Companies Act, identify which of the above item can be considered as what reserves? Free reserve, and which should be excluded. Justify your answers with the appropriate reasoning. How do you write the answers for this? Start the answer. Start the answer. Write the answer. Finish it. Because if you tell it by words, you'll forget it. Correct? Now, write the answer. What is the answer? According to Section 2 of the Companies Act 2013, free reserves means the reserves. Is it means or includes? How? They're not saying means. Free reserves means what? Means. See, there are two types of definitions, okay? Restrictive, extensive. What is extensive? It is inclusive definition. What is restrictive? It means only that. She's good at changing the thoughts of the person. I should be careful now onwards. So it's means. What do you mean by means? Only that. You cannot add anything extra to it. If it is inclusive, you cannot add something else or to that particular definition. So it is a restrictive definition. What definition? Restrictive as well as exhaustive in nature. Done. So what is free reserves? Means what? Reserves which are available as per the latest audited balance sheet. As per the latest audited balance sheet. Free reserves means the reserves which as per the latest audited balance sheet is available for the distribution of dividend. Distribution of dividend. However, it does not include unrealized gains. However, it does not include unrealized gains, comma, notional gains or revaluation of assets. Revaluation of what? Asset. Or any changes in the carrying of an asset, or any changes in the carrying of an asset or liability. This much is sufficient. Changes in the carrying of an asset or liability. Done. Full stop. According, or you can say based on the above provisions, or according to the above provisions, the given questions can be answered as follow. According to the above provision, the given question can be answered as follows. First one. The given questions can be answered as follows. Correct alva? Point number A. As follows. Point number A. What is the point number A? Securities premium account. Is it a free reserves? It is not a free reserves. First one, securities premium account. It is not a free reserve. Why it is not a free reserve? Not available for distribution of what? Dividend. Second one, capital reserve is not a free reserves. Capital reserve is not a free reserves. And is it available for distribution of dividend? No. Next one, C. Surplus in P&L account. Is it a free reserves? Yes. It's a free reserve. Then D. Forfeited share amounts. It is not a free reserves. Forfeited share amount is not a free reserves. Not a free reserves. Reserves created out of amalgamation. Not a free reserve. Government grant credited to the capital reserves is not a free reserves. Aita? Next line write down. Thus, next line write down. Thus, comma. Only surplus in the statement of P&L account can be used by the company. Sorry, thus in the given case, add ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Thus in the given case the company can use only the surplus in the P&L account for the purpose of distribution of dividend, because we don't know whether it's a general reserve or not. Correct now? According to the information available, they can distribute dividend only out of what? Surplus in the P&L account. Are we clear with this, everybody? Understood? Anyone has any doubts, questions? Free reserves concept is done. Now, can you tell me what is free reserves? Means a reserve which is as per the latest audited balance sheet, but does not include unrealized gains or changes in carrying the assets or amount of assets or liabilities are not considered as what reserves? Free reserves. Are we clear with this, everybody? Next one. I just don't explain, right? See, notional gains, unrealized gains, it's a gain. It's already happened, but it's not realized yet. Clear? And in case of notional gains, what happens? That asset is there in your balance sheet. Asset there is what? Balance sheet. And the market value will increase. What will increase? But that is not realized yet. So we use the word unrealized gains generally for what? These financial assets. What assets? Financial assets. And we use these words notional gains for what? Fixed assets or physical asset. That is the one difference I can give. You would have used these words in the financial management, right? FM class. This not done. There you will learn in case of shares. In case of what? Shares. Increase in the value of shares unless it is sold. It is considered as what gain? Unrealized gains. If you see your portfolio, if you have any investment in the shares of a company, it says it is the unrealized gain. What gain? In your portfolio. Correct, right? So unrealized gain is for what? Financial assets. And for the remaining asset, it is considered as what? Notional gains or the increase in the value of the assets. Done. Next one. Free reserves are done. Next one is what company? Your favorite definitions. Tell me, what is government company? Forgot. Okay, listen. What is government company? Everybody, this definition will help us in auditing chapter also. Sir, how it will help in auditing chapter, sir? We have appointment of auditor. In case of normal company, who appoints the auditor? In case of normal company, who appoints the auditor? Board of director. First auditor by passing board resolution, subsequent auditors in the general meeting by passing an ordinary resolution. Clear with this? But in case of government company, what company? Who appoints the auditor? CAG. What is CAG? Comptroller and Auditor General of India. Repeat. Comptroller and Auditor General of India. So how they'll ask questions in the exam? They'll not ask you to write what is government company. They will give a details of government company. They'll say, check whether it is a government company or not and decide how the appointment of auditor is done. If it is a government company, who will appoint? CAG. Not a government company, same procedure as a normal company. So how to decide whether a company is a government company or not? How you decide? Simple, everybody. What is government company? It is a company. Repeat. In which not 51%. How much? Of what share capital? Paid up. Held by whom? Or by state government or governments, or partly by central government or partly by one or more state governments. And most important, and includes a company. Repeat. Which is a subsidiary company. What company? Of such a government company. That is also considered as a government company. What company? Now, are you guys clear with the definition of government company? I will ask questions to you guys. See, there is always a scope for some conceptual clarity in every definitions. I want you guys to concentrate now. Listen, everybody. Now, government company. What company? First of all, there are two ways in which a company can become a government company. XYZ company wants to be a government company. How many ways are, sir? There are two ways. How many ways? What is the first way, sir? First way is government, either central government or state governments, should be partly by central government, partly by state government, should be holding how much in this company? Minimum 51%. Minimum what? Of what share capital? Paid up share capital. Then it is considered as what company? Government company. Agree with this, everybody? There is one more way. What is the one more way? Becoming a subsidiary. Becoming a what? How can one company become subsidiary of another company? Control of what? Composition of board of directors. Are controlling more than one half of what, right? Total voting power. What is more than one half? Is it 51% or more than 50%? So now tell me, HAL company. What company? Is it a government company? Everybody, is it a government company? HAL is holding, listen, HAL is holding 50.08% of XYZ company. Is XYZ company is a government company? Yes or no? You guys tell me. There are how many options available? What is the first way? Government holding. What is the other way? Becoming a subsidiary of a what company? Government company. Now tell me, let's say government is holding 50%. How much government is holding? 50%. Government company is holding how much? 51%. How much? Or 50.05%. I want everyone to focus. 50.05% or 50.5%. Tell me, is this XYZ company is a government company? Because of which reason? Because of government holding or subsidiary of government company? This is also considered as what company? Government company. Understood? What if, I'll keep giving example, you guys should tell me the answer, okay? Let's say central government. What government? In XYZ company, it is holding 50%. How much? Is it a government company? Is XYZ is a government company? It is not a government company. What if it is holding 50.05%? Government company, not a government company. What if HAL, a government company, is holding 50.50%? 50.05%. This is because of what? It is a subsidiary of which company? Government company. Let me give one more example. Let me see how many of you can answer this question. Concentrate, everybody. Let's say LIC, bolo. Then HAL. Then what else? HMT. These three are government companies. Yes or no? Yes. Now these three companies in a ABC company. What company? HAL is holding 20%. LIC is holding 20%. HAL is holding 30%. HMT is holding 10%. Tell me, is ABC company is the government company? Yes or no?
No.
Is it a government company? Yes or no? There is a mixed answers here. Is it a government company? Why no? Neither government, listen, simple, apply the provision. Neither government is holding how much? 51%. Nor it is a subsidiary of what company? Government company. Yes or no? Yes. Sir, these are all government companies, sir. We can add them now, sir. No, sir. Either by itself or through its subsidiary. Should be holding more than how much? One half of the voting rights. Got it? Yes or no? Is it a government company? Not a government company. Not a government. I will give one more example. Let me see how many of you can answer. Last example. Arey, listen. Last example. Listen. Let's say central government, HAL, LIC, State of Karnataka. In XYZ company. What company? Central government is holding 20%. HAL is holding 30%. LIC is holding 20%. Karnataka government is holding 10%. Tell me, is it a government company? Why no? Government is holding only how much? 30%. Understood?
Yes.
This is how you are supposed to write the answers for which company? Government company. Understood everybody what is government company now? What is government company? It's a company in which not less than 51% of paid up share capital is held by central government or by state government or governments, partly by central government, partly by one or more state government, and includes such government company. Based on this, what type of question they are asked in the previous examinations? Can you guys see the question please? In ABC Limited. What limited? Everybody, what limited? Shareholding pattern, that is equity shares, is as follows. State of Tamil Nadu, how much? State of Karnataka, State of Maharashtra, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, 50.5%. Based on the above information, examine whether ABC Limited can be classified as a government company. Why? Because it is a subsidiary of which company? Government company. How to write the answer for this? Start the answer. As per, start. Because once you write, you'll remember it. Correct, right? Right. Give work to your hands also. You want me to dictate or you will write? We are right. Yeah, exactly. Practice. Practice makes not only man, even the woman perfect. And things get interesting. Matlab, these writing things get interesting when we go to the other chapters where we have practical questions. Dividend chapter, then we have accounts chapter, then share capital chapters where we do calculations as well. Done? Complete it. If you need any help from my side, I'll do the help. You just write the answers. How do you write the conclusion? You should write, in the given case, the holding of the government in ABC Limited amounts to how much? 49.5% government holding. And the holding of HAL, that is in the bracket you should write government company, amounts to 50.5%. 50.5%. Then you should write. Conclusion part I will dictate, okay? You write the provisions first, company side provisions, then I'll write the conclusions. Provisions are done. Then write on the conclusion part. In the given case, one second, yeah. Yeah. Done? Shall I start? Shall we start the conclusion part now? In the given case, the holding of the government, the holding of the government in the ABC Limited, amounts to 49.5%. 49.5%, comma, whereas in the given case, the holding of the government in the ABC Limited amounts to 49.5%, whereas the holding of the government company, HAL Limited, is 50.5%. 50.5%. Next line, next para. Based on the above provisions and the facts, it can be concluded that even though the government holding in ABC Limited is how much? 49.5%. It is still considered as government company. As it is a subsidiary of a government company. In the bracket, you should write HAL Limited. Yeah, they should give. And there are few companies which are famous, right? Like HMT, HAL, then what else is there? Any famous company? Bemel, Bell. These are all famous government companies, right? We have to make, or you can make an assumption. Assuming that, you can write two answers. Assume that it is a government company, it is considered as government company. If you assume it is not a government company, it's not a government company. They check your conceptual clarity, that's it. Done? Clear with this? With these, we're done with what? Sit properly, we're done with what? Government company. What company? Next one. This is the most crucial definition, listen everybody. Have you heard about holding company? What is holding company? Which such companies are what companies? Subsidiary company. The definition of holding company is not clear. To understand holding company, you must refer to what company? Subsidiary company. What company? Now come to subsidiary company definition. What company definition? Subsidiary company. Yeah. Based on subsidiary company, they asked questions in the May 2019. Which year? Everybody, which year? May 2019. Now you guys should tell me what is a subsidiary company, because you already studied this in your CA foundation level, but still we will get some more conceptual clarity on the subsidiary company. I want everyone to be focused now. Listen. Let's say there is a H company. What company? Then there is a S company. When can we say H company is the holding company and S company is the subsidiary company? Correct. There are two ways. How many ways? Two ways in which a company become what company? Subsidiary company. Listen. Subsidiary company means a company. Repeat. In relation to which the other company. What company? Or we can say a holding company. What company? First one. Controls the composition. Controls the what? Controls the composition of its board of directors. Its board of directors. This is the one way in which a company can become what company? Subsidiary company. Or there is one more way. This is the most important way in which a company can become what company? Subsidiary company. What is the one more way? Controls. Everybody, controls or exercises more than how much? What do you mean by one half? More than 50%. One half of the total voting power. Total voting power. Most important, listen everybody. Either by itself. Repeat. Either by itself or through one or more. Repeat. Of its subsidiary or subsidiaries. Means plural. Correct na? Then it is considered as what company? Subsidiary company. What company? Word by word. Listen everybody. Attention to details. Listen. What is subsidiary company? It's a company in which other company controls composition of its board of directors. Composition of its. Now, when can we say one company controls the composition of board of directors of other company? Listen everybody. We can say one company controls the composition of other company's board of directors. हम लोग discuss किया था ना. Control means having a right to appoint what? Majority of directors. Repeat. If H company has the right to appoint. Repeat. Right to what? Appoint. Either it has a right to appoint or remove or what? All or majority of directors. What directors? That means who controls the composition of whom? H company controls the composition of BOD of which company? S company. See, BOD is the brain of the company. They are the one who manages the company. Correct, right? If some other company is controlling the brain of the company, obviously that company who is controlling is considered as what company? Holding company. What company? Now, when can we say one company controls the composition of BOD of other company? When that other company has a right to or either all or majority of directors. I will give examples. You guys should tell me whether a company is controlling the composition of BOD or not. Listen everybody. Listen, listen, listen. Are you guys listening to me? Make some noise guys. Yes or no? Yes or no? Very good. Listen. H. S. This company is having 10 directors. What directors? How many directors? 10 directors. I will give the different scenarios. You guys should tell me whether it is controlling the composition of BOD or not. First one. Even I don't know. It has right to appoint. Right to what? 6 directors. How many directors? Is it controlling the composition of BOD? Yes or no? Yes. Next one. 5 directors. Yes or no? No. Next one. 10 directors. Second one? No. Third one? Next one. It has a right to remove. Right to what? Remove. Right to remove. Let's say first case 6 directors, 5 directors. No. Let's say 10 directors. Who is controlling the composition of whom? H company controlling the composition of which company? S company. First case, yes. Second case, third case, yes. I'll give one more situation. Listen. What if H company is not having a right to appoint or not right to remove? They have an arrangement where S company should appoint only those persons nominated by the H company as its director. Does that mean H company is controlling the composition of BOD of S company? Yes or no? They may ask this question also. Either they will have a right to appoint or remove. Either all directors or majority of directors by an agreement. By a what? Then it is considered as subsidiary company. Clear with this? Second one, listen everybody, most important one. What is the most important one? It controls, repeat, or exercises more than how much? 1/2 of the total voting power, either by or through one or more of what companies? Subsidiary or subsidiaries. Is it a subsidiary company? Yes. Now how these words are beautifully controlled. Listen everybody, there is a lot of meaning involved in this. What is the first word says? Control or exercises more than how much? More than how much? What is more than 1/2? 51%, 50, more than 50%. Voting rights or share capital? Means you take into consideration only equity shares or preference shares? Only what shares? Either by itself. Either by what? By the company itself. Or through whom? One or more of its what company? Subsidiary company. What company? Listen everybody. Let me see how many of you can answer this question. Listen everybody. Let's say ABC company. What company? Everybody must repeat. Which company? It has 3 subsidiaries. How many subsidiaries? Let's say A company, B company, C company. Repeat. A company, B company, subsidiary, subsidiary. Of which company? ABC company. Now there is one more company called as X company. Repeat, what company? Joragi Heli. Which company? X company. In X company, oh, what company? Why are you laughing? Yeah. Everybody likes X. Because you come across with this word many a times, right? Find the X in mathematics. No. I forgot. No. Listen. ABC company. What company? Has how many subsidiaries? In X company, A company is holding 30% of voting rights. Kitna bhai? B company is holding voting rights of how much? Let's say 20%. How much? And C company is holding how much? 1% of voting rights. How much? Now you guys tell me. I ask questions. Everybody think and answer. Use your brain and answer. Okay? Is X company is a subsidiary of A company? How many of you say yes? Raise your hand. Question, I repeat the question. Is X company is the subsidiary of A company? Don't change the question. Answer to my question, not your own question. She's only asking question. She's only giving the answer. I'll come to that one. Wait. Is X company is the subsidiary of A company, B company, C company, ABC company? Why? Either by itself or through one or more of its what company? Subsidiary company or subsidiaries. Understood? I'll ask one more question. Listen. A company. What company? Controls 51% of which company? B company. B company controls 51% of C company. What company? C company. Tell me, is C company is a C company. What company? Subsidiary of B company. Is B company subsidiary of A company? Is C company subsidiary of A company? Yes or no? Yes. I'll give one more example. Listen. Listen. A company. What company? Arey bolo, what company? A company is holding 51%. How much? Of which company? B company. And B company, by an agreement, by what? It appoints 6 directors. How many directors? Out of 10 directors. Of which company? C company. Now my question is C company is a subsidiary of B company? Are you guys sure? Is B company subsidiary of A company? Is C company is the subsidiary of A company? Why yes? Indirectly it controls. Listen everybody. I'll tell you the reasons for this. Listen everybody. Listen. Can you guys read this? A company, repeat, shall be deemed to be a subsidiary of a company, of the holding company, even if the control is of another subsidiary company of the holding company. And we know control means both, any one of that. A company is considered as subsidiary of a holding company, even if that control is about what company? Subsidiary company. What company? Subsidiary company. Of which company? Holding company. In simple terms, subsidiary is also a subsidiary of which company? Holding company. Repeat. Subsidiary of what company? Holding company. I'll repeat it fast. Subsidiary of a subsidiary company is also considered as subsidiary of which company? Holding company. Understood? And as per the Companies Act, only how many layers is allowed? 2 layers. Subsidiary. For the purpose of prevention of money laundering activities, this will help you guys under section number 90 of the Companies Act. We have a SBO, significant beneficial ownership. There you will understand these concepts. Are we clear with this, everybody? What is subsidiary company? Pakka? 100%? I'll give one more example. Not one more example. In the same example, tell me, what is the type of relationship they have in this case? Tell me, for ABC company, what company? X company is the what company? For A company, X company is the what company? Very good. What company? For B company? For C company? Understood? This is the concept of what company? Subsidiary company. What company? Shall we go to the definition once, please? Let's read. What is subsidiary company? In relation to the other company, means a company in which holding company controls the composition of board of directors or exercises or controls more than 1/2 of the voting power, either at its own or together with one or more of its subsidiary company, provided that prescribed class of holding company shall not. A company shall be deemed to be a subsidiary company of the holding company, even if the control is of another subsidiary company of the holding company. Continue. If that other company, by exercise of some parts exercisable by its discretion, can appoint or remove all or majority of directors. Again, shares held in what capacity? Shall not be counted for the purpose of determining the holding subsidiary relationship. Same thing like associate company. Done with this, everybody? Do we have any questions based on subsidiary company? Let's see, do we have any questions? Any question? Private company ho gaya. Last one, is it? This question was asked in RTP May 2019. RTP May what? 2019. And there is one blank page also. There we will write down the important key points. I have given an extra blank sheet for the purpose of doing some calculations. Can you guys write the answer for this question, please? Mere liye. Start the answer. Start the answers. I will not give the answer for this. You guys will write and show it to me. Write the answer for this question. Solve it quickly. ಇದನ್ನ ನಾನು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. Okay, at the end of the class you should get the signature. Write the answers. I'll check your books now. Very good, very good. You should do the calculations like that, then only you'll get the clarity. Oh, it's already 12 o'clock. Oh my god. No, there are no chances that I'll leave early in any of the classes. Don't keep expectations. On time. One means one. No first day, no last day. Even on the last day, 1 o'clock. Huh? Who? Regarding? Huh? I took class till 3:30 someday. Yeah, we took. No, 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 no. Don't come. How much they are holding? 43.7 ನಾ ಇನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? You guys get only 5 minutes of time in the examinations writing answers. But second question, the answer would be yes, right? Because they are controlling how many? 8 out of 9. Obviously it is they are controlling the composition of board of directors. The answer would change. But Alter is associate company of EQR company? Is the I'll ask that question later once you guys answer. It's an interesting concept. Again, one more minute details. By this way, law sounds like practical subject, not theory subject. So you guys are solving it. Last time what I used to do, I gave answers also. They're not writing anything. But now you're writing something. Becomes easy for you guys for the examinations preparations. Subsidiary company means it's the company in which the other company, that is the holding company, controls the composition of its board of directors, or either by or controls or exercises more than one half of the total voting power, either by itself or through one or more of its subsidiary companies. Further, a company is deemed to be a subsidiary of another holding company even if the control is that of a subsidiary company of the holding company. A company, very good. A company deemed to control the composition of another company if the other company has the right to appoint or remove all or majority of directors of the company. Why are you so happy? May I know your name? Yes, you only. You are the one who is happy, right? Huh? What's your name? Pragati. Very good, Pragati. What a Pragati. Pragati means progress, Allah. Yeah. Pragati, and next to Pragati? Shravanti. Wow. What's your name? Sevanti. No, okay. Pragati, Shravanti. Is it done? अरे कितना टाइम चाहिए रे तेरे को ಎಷ್ಟು ಟೈಮ್ ಬೇಕು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಕಮ್ಮಿನೇ ಸರ್ You feel like you know the answer, but when you start writing the answer, you'll not know the answer. You guys have 3 more minutes of time. Done? Is it done, everybody? Shall we go to the next topic? Finish it. Okay, 2 more minutes of time. I want to finish this topic chapter today so that we can start with new chapter tomorrow. Only few more definitions, Aste. You got the calculations right? How much you got? 43.7.5%, is it? So it is not a subsidiary company. Is it an associate company of PQR? The answer is no. Yes, why? Because one second, let me check. Associate company of New Private Limited. Is it a associate company of New Private Limited? Yes, but not of which company? PQR. For the purpose of associate company, not taken into consideration indirect holding. The concept of indirect holding is there only for which company? Subsidiary company. Got it? Yeah. Means if subsidiary company's holding is not considered for the purpose of what company? Associate company. That is considered only for what purpose? Subsidiary company definition purpose. Got it? Done? Chalo, next one. Listen everybody, concentrate now. Finish the answers at home. Done? Listen everybody, next definitions. What is the next one? Key managerial person. What personal? Everybody make some noise. Which person? Key managerial personnel. Everybody what personal? Key managerial person. Have you heard about KMPs? Who is a KMP, sir? With respect to a company, respect to home company means, who is the first one? CEO. Repeat. CEO. CEO. Chief Financial Officer. No. Chief Executive Officer. Next one. Managing Director or the manager. Is the word and is used here or is used? Is it conjunctive or disjunctive? Is it conjunctive or disjunctive? What is disjunctive? Which separates. So is it and or? It means any one you will have. Either CEO or MD or manager. Out of these three you will have any one. Next one. Company secretary. What secretary? Next one. All-time director. Next one. Chief Financial Officer. Such other officer, not more than how many level below? One level below the directors. Who is in what employment? All-time employment and designated as a what? KMP by the board. Even that person is considered as a KMP. Considered as what? Or such other officers as may be prescribed. As may be. That is why he is considered as what? Key managerial personnel. Who is KMP? CEO or MD or manager, company secretary, all-time director, chief financial officer, any other officer not more than one level below and designated as such by the board with his prior consent or any other person prescribed by the government. Clear? Next one, this definition is important. Based on this definition, they asked question in the previous examinations. I want everyone to concentrate about listed company. What company? Have you heard about listed companies? Give me example for listed company. Reliance, then Tata Motors, then Tata Steel, Tata Salt, Tata Consumer Products, in Adani Power, Adani Enterprises. All these are what companies? Listed company. Listen everybody, simple definition. What is listed company, sir? It's a company which has listed any of its securities. Repeat, any of its. Wait. Company which has any of its. Now, what do you mean by securities? Shares, debentures, bonds. All these are considered as what? Security. Even if you have listed your debentures, you are considered as what company? Listed company. Continue. Securities listed on any recognized stock exchange. Only in what exchange? Recognized stock exchange. And we have only two recognized stock exchange in India. What are they? BSE and NSE. However, the following class of company shall not be considered as what company? Listed company. Three classification is there. Public company, private company, public company. Repeat. A public company which has not listed its equity shares. What is the first condition? Not listed its what shares? But have listed. But have what? Listed. Non-convertible debt instruments or non-convertible debt securities. What securities? Listen. Listed company means a company which has listed any of its securities in the recognized stock exchange. However, the following class of company shall not be considered as what company? Listed company. What is the first class of company? Public company, which has not listed its equity shares in the recognized stock exchange, but have listed their what? Non-convertible debt securities. Convertible, not convertible. Issued on what basis? Private placement basis. Repeat. Not public issue. Only what issue? Private placement basis. Are you guys clear with this? As per which regulations? SEBI regulations. There is a company, public company, not listed its equity shares, but has listed its debentures, non-convertible debentures. Is it a listed company? It has been excluded. One more, again, public company. What company? Which has not listed its equity shares, but has listed non-convertible redeemable preferences. What preferences? Issued on what basis? Private placement basis. What basis? As per which regulation? SEBI regulation. Are both of the above? You are not considered as what company? Listed company. Simple definition. I'll give example. You guys should tell me whether it is a listed company or not. Quick answers. Public company. What company? I have listed my equity shares. आंख बंद करके लिख लेना, it is a listed company. कंड मुच्ची बरद बिड़ी, it is a listed company. Public company. What company? Telugu. కండ్ ముచ్చుకొని రాసేయండి, it's a listed company. రాసేయండి. కరెక్ట్ కదా? అబద్ధం చెప్పానా? తప్పు అబద్ధం చెప్పానా? కాదు. మలయాళంలో I'll stop here. Don't worry, I'll stop here. Public company. What company? Equity shares are not listed, but I have listed convertible debentures. Listed or not listed? Alright, come back to the class. Present. Public company, not listed equity shares, but I have listed my convertible debentures. Listed or unlisted? Public company, not listed equity shares, but listed non-convertible debentures, public issue. It's what? Concentrate, everybody. Concentrate. Public company, no equity shares are listed, issued non-convertible debentures on a public issue. Public company, no equity shares are listed, but listed its convertible debentures on private placement basis. Convertible na listed. Again, public company. What company? What company? Public company listed its equity shares. Listed. I saw no. The exception is applicable only when you are not listed your what shares? Equity shares. Listen everybody. Public company not listed its equity shares, but listed its non-convertible redeemable preference shares issued on private placement basis. Public issue? Convertible? Non-convertible? Private placement? Public issue? Are you guys clear with this? Next one, private company. What company? Private company which has listed its non-convertible debt securities. What securities? On a what basis? Private placement basis on recognized stock exchanges in terms of what regulation? SEBI regulation. Listed company, unlisted company? Unlisted company. And the last one, public company. Below what company? Which have not listed their equity shares in the recognized stock exchange, but whose equity shares are listed in the stock exchange in a jurisdiction specified under section number what? 23. Means earlier, if an Indian company want to issue shares outside India, they were required to convert them into ADRS or GDRS. There was no concept of overseas direct listing. But in the year 2025 or not 2015, through an amendment, what government has done, it allowed the Indian company to list their securities where? Outside India directly. There is no need to convert your shares into what? ADRS or GDRS. Clear? And we have this IFSC center. What center? IFSC center is considered as a foreign territory. What territory? There you can offer your shares in the foreign currency. What currency? What currency? You can denominate your shares in the dollars and you can sell them in the dollars and you can list them in the what? IFSC center. Are you guys getting it? So if an Indian company, what company? Not listed its shares in the what? BSE and NSE. But it has listed its equity shares. What shares? Where? IFSC center. What center? That is not given here. That is deemed. If you have listed your equity shares in any of the stock exchanges in a jurisdiction specified by which government? Central government. What government? Is it called a listed company? No. So the three exceptions. What are the three exceptions? Public company, private company, public company. Repeat. Private company, only one exception. That is non-convertible debt security, not preference shares. Clear? Public company, both non-convertible debt securities as well as the what? Non-convertible redeemable preference shares. Only on what basis? And your equity shares should not be listed. And the last one, public company which have not listed their equity shares, but they have listed their equity shares in a jurisdiction specified by which government? Central government, is not called as what company? Listed company. Yes or no? How do you write in the examination if they ask question about listed company? Tell me, what is listed company? It's a company which has any of its securities listed in the recognized stock exchanges. But the following class of company shall not be considered as what company? Listed company. What are they? What is the first one? Public company, which has not listed its equity shares in the recognized stock exchanges, but has listed non-convertible debt securities. Non-convertible debt securities issued on what basis? Private placement basis. Next one, non-convertible redeemable preference shares issued on a private placement basis. Both the categories are 1 and 2. Private companies which has listed their non-convertible debt securities on a private placement basis as per what regulation? SEBI regulation. Is it rules or regulation? Who has made this regulation? And SEBI is a what body? Regulatory body. So whatever the concept we discuss is helpful now to understand the meaning of the word regulations. Are you guys clear with this? And the last one, public company. What company? Which have not listed their equity shares in the recognized stock exchange, but whose equity shares are listed in a stock exchange in a jurisdiction specified where? Section number, specified section number by the central government, section number 23 of the Companies Act. Are we clear with this, everybody? Based on this, they asked question in the previous examination. In which year they asked question? 2022. Which year? November 2022. Let me see how many of you can answer this question. Come to the listed company, listed company, listed company. Question number? Question number. Answer this question. November 2022. If you guys need any help, I will help. Check your conceptual clarity on this topic. Answer it, guys. Do you need any help or you guys will do it? Do it? Very good. You guys have 5 minutes of time to write the answer for this question. Only 5 minutes. Shall I disclose the answer? Easy question hai. If you know the definition, you can aram se write the answer. Write it. Write the answer. First one, second one, third one. Right. Why no? Right. You should write. I'll check your workbooks at the end of the class. If anything is pending, you should complete it. Come to the next class. We should assume that the equity shares are not listed. You have to write a note. What is the assumption you make? If you assume equity shares are listed, then it is not a it's a listed company. If equity shares are not listed, it is not a listed company. Because all the three questions, the answer is negative. It is, we can assume it is not a what company. If they are not listed there, equity shares. Done. Yes, sir. Please write. Jindagi. Anyone from outside Karnataka here? You're from Andhra Pradesh. Okay. Chandrababu Naidu. ಹೇಳಪ್ಪ ಹೇಳು ಅಂತ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? ಹಾ, ಭಯ ಬೇಡ. Anybody can ask questions in my class and give answers also. No need to hesitate. All are equal. Equality before the law and equal protection of the law. అయిందా? కంప్లీట్ చేయండి కొంచెం శీఘ్రం కంప్లీట్ చేయండి. Listed company means it is a company which has listed any of its securities in the stock exchange but does not include the following class of company. First one, a public company which has not listed its equity shares but has listed non-convertible debt securities issued on a private placement basis as per the SEBI regulations. Second one, non-convertible, redeemable, preference shares issued on a private placement basis as per the SEBI regulations are both the categories of 1 and 2. But a private company which has listed its non-convertible debt securities on a private placement basis as per the SEBI regulations. And the last one, a public company which has not listed its equity shares but has listed its equity shares in a stock exchange in a jurisdiction specified by the central government as per section number 23 of the Companies Act. In the given case, based on the above provisions, the given questions can be answered as follows. The first one, ABC Limited is not a listed company as it not listed its equity shares and has listed only the non-convertible debt securities issued on what basis? Private placement basis. Second one, also not a listed company, and third one is also not a listed company. Done. You guys have 3 more minutes of time to complete it. Then we will discuss the remaining concepts. What break? We have only half an hour class left. This is only break for you guys. For me, it's a break. Yeah, correct. Is it done? We have only 30 minutes left. I'll discuss one concept for the class. Only one last concept for the today's class. Done? I'll leave you guys 5 minutes early instead of giving 5 minutes break. No bargaining, sir. 5 minutes. Ready? We'll start. Stop writing now. Concentrate. This definition, though, you would have studied many a times in your CA foundation level, but still we will discuss one more time. Ready? Arey bolo bhai, ready? What is the definition? Private company. Bolo? What is a private company? What is public company? What is may attempt? Which is not a Jan attempt. What is Jan attempt? Which is not a... If you write what is private company, which is not a public company, he will write Jan attempt is not a may attempt. Come back to which attempt? May attempt. Listen. What is private company, sir? It's a company which has a minimum paid up share capital. How much? It is nowhere prescribed. The law has given the government saying that government, if you want a minimum paid up capital to be there for a private company, you prescribe. Government said no, no, no. We will not prescribe any minimum amount of paid up capital. Why? Because we want more companies in India. I want more startup companies to come into picture. Let them start the company with any amount of capital. It can be 10 rupees, 10,000, 15,000, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh. There is no minimum paid up capital required for starting a which company? Private company. And also public company. But you still have to write this word. Means a company which has minimum paid up share capital as may be prescribed and by its articles. By its what? This gives an idea. See, listen. Remembering the provision is not difficult. Only when you understand, then it will remember the provisions. Otherwise, you have to spend a lot of time to remember. Understand the minute details. Question and unlearn. Listen, everybody. It's a company. It's about having minimum paid up capital as may be prescribed. It is not subscribed capital or authorized capital. It is what capital? Paid up capital. That is the one word. Minimum paid up capital as may be prescribed and by its articles. By its what? Now, what do you mean by articles here? Articles of association. Articles of what? Means these restrictions will be there only in the what? Articles of association, not in the MOA. You find these restrictions in which document? Articles of association. Articles of what? Which by its articles, what is the first one? Restricts right to transfer its what? Shares. Transfer its what? Shares of the company. Means private company can restrict the transferability of shares. Is it restriction or prohibition? Is prohibition restriction same or different? What is prohibition? Ban. You can't do that. What is restriction? You can do that subject to restriction. What type of conditions will be there, sir? Example, there can be a condition in the AOA which says that a shareholder should sell shares only at a price fixed by whom? Board of directors. Or there can be a condition saying that existing shareholders should offer his shares to the existing members before he sell them to whom? Outsiders. Is it a restriction? Prohibition or restriction? These kind of restrictions can be there only in which company? And that too in which document? Articles of Association. Articles of. Can public company put this restriction? Can public company put the restrictions on transferability of shares? Then it is not called as what company? Public company. It is called as what company? Understood? So what is private company? It's a company which has minimum paid up capital as prescribed, and by its articles it restricts the what? Right to transfer its shares, except in 1% company. Repeat. OPC is also private company. Agree? Other than OPC, because in OPC only how many member? One member. It limits, repeat, the number of members to how many? 200. So private company can have maximum how many members? 200 members. Up aayega macha. Listen everybody. Provided that. See, we use the word provided that to add a proviso. To add a what? Proviso. What is proviso, sir? To exclude something. To add an exception or to add a condition to a main provision, we use the word called as what? Provided. To add one more condition, provided further that. To add one more condition, provided also that. Repeat. Provided further that, provided also that. To add first condition, to add one more condition, to add one more condition, to add one more condition. Repeat. Listen. There is a one provision. You want to add condition to it. What is the first word you use? Provided that. To add one more condition. To add one more condition. Provided also that. To add one more condition. Provided further also that. No, only provided also that. That's it. To add fourth conditions. Clear? We call them as provisos. Call them as what? Provisos are added to exclude something or add condition to a provisions of the law. They can ask this question in the interpretation of statutes. We have this concept called as what? Provided that is called as what? Provisos. Provisions are nothing but provisions used to add a condition to a provision or to exclude something out of a provision. We use the word called as what? Provided that. Provided that, provided further that, provided also that. These are called as provisos. Called as what? Provisos. They can ask this question in the examination. You should also understand the interpretation of statute. See, you become a good CA not by clearing the examination, by learning to know how to interpret the law. Law is also about what? Interpretation. You should learn to interpret the provisions of the law. That is why we are going word by word. Every word has its what? Own meaning. And or can make a lot of differences. For example, small company. What company? Small. The word is and, it is not or. Are you guys getting it? Yes or no? So we will go detail mein, one by one, word by word. Clear with this? Provided that where two or more persons, repeat, hold one or more shares. So now what it is saying? Two or means joint persons. What persons? Hold one or more shares in a company jointly. In a company how? They shall, for the purpose of this clause, only for this clause, shall be considered as how many member? Single member. Then what about other situations? They are considered as two members only. Only for the purpose of calculation of 200 members, they shall be considered as how many members? Single member. Understood? Can you guys repeat it? Provided that one or holding one or more shall be considered as how many members? Single. Provided further that. There is one more exclusion. There is one more condition. What is the provided further that? Person who are in the present or past employees? Are present. Persons who are in the employment of the company and Persons who have been formerly in the employment of the company, even the past employees, were members of the company. What of the company? While in that employment. Keep this in mind. They should have been members of the company when they were in employment. If they were members before employment, or if they become members after employment, you will count them as members. Only if they have become members during what? Will you count them as members? No. And continues to be members of the company even after what ceases? Employment ceases. Shall not be considered as what? Number of, shall not be included in the number of members. Not a member of the company, because you are already a member of the company when you are in the what? Employment of the company. It is not about buying the shares. It's about when you have become a member. Correct? You are still a member of a company, na? You are an employee of the company, holding shares in the company, member of a company, employment ceases. What ceases? Are you still considered as member of the company? But will not be counted for the purpose of what? 200 limit. Clear? If you add few more shares, still you're not considered as what? Member of the company. Not considered as what? Member of the company. What if, listen, what if you are an employee of the company, purchase shares of the company? Answer my question. Are you a member of a company for the purpose of 200 limit? Matlab, he's a member, but do we count him as a member? He retires, continues to be member of the company. Will you count him? Will you count him? He retires, sells all his shares, ceases to be member. Then again he buys the shares. Will you count him as member of the company? Because he became member when he's not a employee. Yes or no? I'll give one more example. You're not an employee of a company. Purchase shares of the company. Become member of the company. Will you count him? Then he become employee of the company. Will you count him? Yes or no? Because he became a member when he was not in employment. Understood, everybody? Let's repeat the last provision provided further that. Repeat. Persons who are in and persons who have been formerly in the employment of the company were members of the company while in that employment and have continued to be members after employment ceased shall not be included in the number of members. Number of? Yes or no? Are you guys clear with this, everybody? Last one. Prohibits. Bolo. One more time. Restrictions or prohibition? Any invitation to whom? To subscribe for any of its securities of the company. Is it shares or securities? Does it include debenture? Can a company invite offer from the public to sell its debentures? Can a company invite offer from the public to private company? Can a private company invite offer from the public to sell its debentures, equity shares, bonds? Any security. What security? Can they do private placement? Yes or no? Public issue? It's a what company? What company? Can a private company have more than 200 debenture holders? Can a private company have more than 200 debenture holders? Can a private company have more than 200 members? More than 200 debenture holders? Because restriction is only for whom? Members. And who are members? Shareholders. What holders? Our equity shareholders are members. Preference shareholders are members. Because in the register of members, what are members? We record whose name? Both equity as well as the preference shareholders. So private companies articles restricts, limits, prohibits. Repeat. Restricts the what? Transfer of its shares. Limits the number of members to how many? 200. However, two or more persons holding one or more shares jointly considered as single member. provided further that persons who are in the employment of the company, persons who have been formerly in the employment of the company, were members of the company during such employment and continues to be members of the company even after what ceases? Employment ceases in the number of members, and it prohibits any invitation to whom? Subscribe for any of the securities of the company. That is what considered as what company? Private company. Are we clear with this, everybody? Yes, please. Minimum? No. Yeah, give him. You should do allotment of ESOP, right? To give a shares to a person, to give a ESOP, you should be a permanent employee of a company. What of a company? You cannot give ESOP to a normal person. Clear? If you are giving him a shares other than as an employee, other than as what? You will be considered as what? Member. See, this entire concept of exclusion of employee was introduced to make sure that you will not count the employees to whom the shares were given under the ESOP scheme as members of the company. Because if you count the employees as the members of the company, company will not be in a position to what? Raise the capital from outside people. To encourage my company's employees, I'll give what? Shares at a discounted price, not from the face value, from the market value. And I say, no, when I give my shares to my employees, I'm giving a shares at what value? Lesser than the market value, right? I'm not actually raising capital here. I'm trying to retain the what? Talent in the company. Are you guys getting it? And if you count them also as members, companies will cross the limit, right? That is why only to those persons who are, where the allotment was done as a what? Employees of the company. That is under the ESOP scheme. You will not count them as what? Members of the company. Understood? Yes or no? We will solve one question based on this for the private company. What company? Private company. You guys will solve this question fast. Fast. If you guys need any help, I will give the help. I'll do the help. Can you guys solve this question? Start करो. Start the answer. What's your name? Kavita. Don't write Kavite, but write the answer. Pragati, start answer, Pragati. Your answer should not be same as Shravanti. Because you are Praganti and she is Shravanti. Cannot be, the answers cannot be the same. Right. क्या हो गया? Eraser, okay. Are writing the answers in pencil? Why? अरे क्यों भाई? Write it in pen. No, you can make errors in pen only. Like what? Neatness. Oh my God. Okay, sir. Okay. Need the help or you got the answer? Got the answer? Very good. Write the answer. What's your name? Karthik. Very good. Everyone should ask questions. Delhi. Who? What's your name? Sagar. You're from Delhi, is it? Karnataka only. So many fans. Good. Write the answer. Private company means a company which has minimum paid up capital as prescribed and by its articles. It restricts the transferability of its shares and limits, except in one-person company, limits the number of members to 200, provided that if two or more persons holding one or more shares jointly shall be considered a single member, provided further that persons who are in the employment of the company and the persons who are formerly been employment of the company were members of the company during such employment and continues to be members of the company even after employment ceases shall not be included in the number of members. It prohibits invitation to the public to subscribe to any of its securities. Ante. In the given case, Fortune Traders Limited is having total how many members? How many they are having? Not for the purpose of this, how many they are having? 134 plus 100. 100 will not count. 134 plus 10, 144 plus 5, 149. Oh yeah, yeah, correct. So 134 plus 5 plus 5. कितना हो गया? 144. 5 couples है ना? Couples है. Okay. Correct. Couples तो jointly भी हो सकता है ना? Honest couples. 5 couples means 5 members. So 134 plus 5 plus 5, 144. Section number 144 deals with certain services which auditor cannot render. Auditing ಆಗಿದೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. Okay. Section 144. So in this situation, is company required to reduce the number of members to convert into private company? No, because you're already well within the limit. Not required to reduce the number of members. ऐसे कैसे भाई? You are talking and writing the answers at the same time, or you are revising the provisions? Revising, okay then. I thought you were talking to her and also thinking to write answers. Multi-talented, huh? Viru Sahasra Buddhi. He write in 2 hands, right? Left as well as right hand. I was confused, like I was surprised. Continuously she is talking and she's also writing the answers, finding the answers for the questions. Talent. Karthik, write the answer. Done. Provisions also. Okay, I'll check later. So tomorrow we'll finish this chapter and start with a new chapter, that is incorporation of company and matters incidental thereto, where we will discuss some practical aspects as well. See, wherever possible, we'll discuss the practical concepts as well. So as I'm doing practice, so I'll the details of the certain practical concepts we will discuss with the help of the practical documents. Done? Okay. So any questions, any doubts? Based on today's sessions, any questions, any doubts? No questions, no doubts. Whoever has not finished the answer writing in the class, make sure you guys finish the workbook before you come to the tomorrow's class. Don't keep pending. Whatever we discuss in the same class, you should finish answer writing for that particular chapter questions then and there itself. Done? By this way, we'll be ready for the exams. We are doing the answer writing practice as well as we are understanding the concepts. Done? I expect this level of discipline, at least this amount of discipline. If you are really planning to become CA, or if you guys are serious about your profession, you have to follow this discipline. Correct, Allah? You have to finish your workbook. Along that, you should do revision also. Revision notes, I will share it in the group. PDF share ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ. Revision notes. See, this revision notes will be like this. Simple. Only the keywords. This is not, I'll not give this, you'll not get the book, you'll get the PDF. Can you see here? Short notes like only the key points for revision purpose. Associate company means what? Significant influence. Not subsidiary, includes a joint venture company. So like this, you'll have the key points for the revision purpose. This I will share the PDF to you guys. Then the only thing you guys should do is revise and come. And let's target 70 to 80 marks or more than 80 marks in the law. More than marks, what I want you guys to do is, once I finish the portions, you should be in a position to know how to interpret the law. Minute details, interpretation of statutes. Clear? Law is all about interpretation. If you learn the interpretation of company law well, that will also help you guys to interpret the what? Other laws also. Income tax is also a law. GST is also a law. You come across with this word called as provided that, provided further that, even in the income tax law as well. Bare Act. So let's learn the art of interpreting the provisions. Clear with this? Yes or no? Make sure you guys revise and come for the tomorrow's class, and I want everyone to be on time. Today it is the first class. Excuses. From tomorrow onwards, everyone should be on time. 7 means 7. Are you guys getting it? Yes or no? Don't come late. Should always come on time. Maximum buffer time is 5 minutes. 7:05. Everyone should be in the class. Yes or no? By 1 second. Once or twice. If it is for a valid reason, allowed. Like, see, I cannot impose. I believe in voluntary activities, like not based on imposition. These are professional courses where we cannot impose anything, right? We have to be disciplined so that, what do you say, we walk towards the goal of becoming a whatever you guys are chosen. Correct now? So let's be disciplined and let's learn something new every day. Come with some difficult question. Let's discuss. It is not, make sure you guys revise and come with the questions and doubts, whatever is there for the tomorrow's class. Okay? So 7 o'clock should be in the class, and you should complete your workbook. Complete the what? Workbook. I'll check your workbook tomorrow. Done? Second chapter. We'll go in order and see you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much.